Welcome to News Morning. I am Kukiti, and coming up in the headlines. Ghana Education Service warns against exam malpractice as hundreds of thousands of Ghanaian students start WASSCE exams today. Ghana police uncover chilling violent crimes, including child trafficking, sexual exploitation, and suspected ritual murders. Nation crackdown ongoing. Roads Minister blasts Chinese contractor executing just 5% of the 71.25-kilometer Enchi-Elubo road, despite being paid over 80.2 million cedis by government. Let's get into it now. The Ghana Education Service, GES, has issued a strong warning to heads of schools, teachers, and examination supervisors to ensure a malpractice-free environment as senior high schools begin the 2026 WASSCE papers today, Wednesday, May 13. Briefing the media, the Director General of GES, Professor Ernest Kofi Davis, said all supervisors and teachers who were cited for engaging in examination malpractice have been barred from participating in this year.
According to the Ghana Education Service, GES, this year's WASSCE has recorded a 10% increase in candidature compared to the number of students who sat for the examination in 2025. Director General of GES, Professor Ernest Kofi Davis, expressed concern over the persistent cases of examination malpractice and urged heads of schools and supervisors to ensure a credible and cheating-free examination process this year. He added that all teachers and supervisors implicated in examination malpractice last year have been banned from all examination centers.
Examination malpractice continues to be a problem. This practice is dangerous because it makes it extremely difficult for us to assess the quality of education. Those who are caught aiding cheating will be severely punished. I wish to remind heads of schools that are consistently cited for examination malpractice to change the narration this year, or risk being changed. All teachers and supervisors who were linked to examination malpractice last year and are being processed for sanction are banned from the examination centers.
The Director General further cautioned candidates against engaging in any form of cheating, stressing that any student caught violating examination regulations will have their entire results cancelled.
862 candidates made up of 225,274 boys and 284,588 girls from 1,020 schools are expected to sit for the examinations across the country. This number shows an increase in last year's figure by 10.4%.
The Ghana Education Service says it will work closely with the West African Examination Council, WAEC, and security agencies to ensure a smooth, credible examination nationwide.
Now let's head to South Africa, as government has approved the immediate evacuation of 300 Ghanaians from South Africa following a renewed wave of xenophobic attacks in parts of the country. Now, Minister for Foreign Affairs Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa announced that President John Dramani Mahama had granted presidential approval for the evacuation exercise as part of efforts to protect affected Ghanaian nationals. According to the minister, the affected Ghanaians had earlier responded to an advisory issued by the Foreign Affairs Ministry and registered with Ghana's High Commission in Pretoria for assistance and possible evacuation. Now, Honorable Ablakwa, in a social media post, said, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has granted presidential approval for the immediate evacuation of 300 Ghanaians in South Africa. These distressed Ghanaians had earlier complied with the Foreign Ministry's advisory and registered with our High Commission in Pretoria to be rescued following the latest wave of xenophobic attacks, he added. The Foreign Minister reaffirmed the government's commitment to ensuring the safety and welfare of Ghanaians both home and abroad, indicating that the government of Ghana shall continue to safeguard the welfare of all Ghanaians at home and abroad, he stated. Now, the evacuation decision comes amid renewed concerns over xenophobic violence in South Africa, where foreign nationals and businesses owned by other African migrants, including Ghanaians, have periodically come under attack. Now to the Roads Ministry. The Chinese contractor executing 71.25-kilometer Enchi-Alubo Road has incurred the displeasure of the Road Minister for executing just 5% of the contract despite an 80.2 million mobilization from government. The Road Minister, Kwame Gavins Agboja, who threatened to terminate the contract, has summoned the Chinese firm to appear in the ministry within the week to answer to the unjustified delays.
Those of you following us have seen the condition of that road and the conditions under which our compatriots who live on this road live. You saw them drying cocoa, much of what is the economic stay of our country. But you drove on those roads and nobody was even patching pothole, which was supposed to be the responsibility of. You stopped and spoke to women who tell you the ordeal they go through. Some I cannot repeat here, some actually leading to death. And that is the reason the president prioritized this road as big push. This contractor has been on this road for ages and it's not new, doesn't need to mobilize. He's always been here. The little drainage structures you saw, he did them long time ago. But even patching the gullies on the road, he would not do it. Frankly speaking, if not that I've been advised by the Chief Executive of Highways that we need to give him a little bit time. And also, if not because of the fact that we paid this contractor 80.2 million Ghana cedi mobilization. In the past, government stopped paying mobilization simply because of something like this. If not because we paid 80.2, I would have terminated their contract right now. But if I terminate, the process of recovering this money becomes another matter. I listened to the Chief Executive of Highways, but the only reason I'm not terminating right now is because they have 80.2 million of our money in their pocket. We are totally disappointed. In fact, this is one of the worst situations we've seen since we started monitoring Big Push project. The worst is that the beneficial owner of this company doesn't stay in the country. Anytime you call him, he's outside of the country. If you want to stay, if you want to work here, you must stay and account for these things. It's not a matter of just sending other people. You are not even a Ghanaian. You are a foreigner, actually now a Ghanaian. So I am asking the reps of this contractor, appear before Highways within the week, wherever you are, if you are still interested. You cannot take our 80.2 million, and then when we are even looking for you, we can't find you. Doesn't respond to any call or another thing. Unacceptable.
Now, in other news, the Ghana Police Service has revealed chilling details of a string of violent crimes uncovered across the country, including child trafficking, child sexual exploitation, and suspected ritual murder cases that have shocked the public conscience. Addressing the media in Accra, Director General of the Criminal Investigations Department, COP Lydia Yakodonko, disclosed that several suspects have been arrested in connection with the crimes as police intensify efforts to dismantle criminal networks threatening public safety.
Director General of the Criminal Investigations Department, COP Lydia Yakodonko, outlined major cases under investigation, including child trafficking syndicates operating in the Bono region. Several other individuals have also been arrested for alleged involvement in child sexual exploitation.
According to the intelligence report, an Australian offender who was arrested in 2025 and is currently standing trial in Australia received child sexual exploitation material from facilitators based in Ghana. Records further showed that the offender transferred funds to the facilitators in Ghana in exchange for child sexual exploitation material involving victims also located in Ghana. Further investigations conducted by a team comprising officers from Interpol Accra and the Child Digital Forensics and Cybercrime Units under the supervision of the Director General of CID led to the arrest of 2 suspects and the rescue of 2 victims aged between 7 and 13 years in the Ashanti region. Subsequently, 1 additional suspect was arrested and 2 more victims aged 6 and 7 years were rescued in the Bono region.
The CID Director General also touched on a murder case involving a suspect who allegedly killed and burnt his friend, believed to be a vehicle dealer, inside a vehicle near East Legon underpass. Police say the suspect attempted to destroy evidence but was captured by a nearby CCTV camera. However, a more disturbing revelation was the arrest of a 25-year-old fetish priest at J. Krodua in the Central Region. Police reports indicate that the suspect allegedly murdered his client and disposed of the mutilated body. The fetish priest is also alleged to have buried the deceased decapitated head at a cemetery in the Volta region.
Investigations established that the deceased had previously sought herbal treatment from the suspect in 2025 for a swollen leg condition. On 4th March 2026, she reportedly visited him again for spiritual assistance to protect her business. After consultations at his shrine, the suspect allegedly lured her into a nearby bush under the pretext of collecting herbs, where he attacked her from behind with a cutlass, killed her, dismembered the body, and concealed the remains in the bush before taking parts away. During interrogation, the suspect admitted to the offense and disclosed that he had buried the deceased head at Mafi Alvedo in the Volta region.
Police say they remain committed to making Ghana safer for all and are urging the public to volunteer credible information to help crack down on criminal activities within communities. Stanley Neblew, TV3 News, Police Headquarters, Accra.
Thank you, Stanley. Now, let's head to Galamsey. As Director of Operations for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, Colonel Dominic Boa says the fight against Galamsey will target all individuals involved, regardless of their political status or affiliations. He says all persons found and arrested for Galamsey will be treated strictly as criminals without considerations.
Space, there's nothing like politics. We meet you there, we treat you as an individual who is committing a crime. And therefore, we don't want to veer into the arena of politics. Politics is for the politicians. But when we get to the Galamsey ground, it is individuals who are committing crimes. Let me end up by saying that Dynamos has done so well, and so far, we have achieved so much. Apart from the calm you see, behind it, we have arrested over 277 people from Galamsey space. There are over 4,000 chamfans which have been destroyed from our water bodies. Currently, we are in the process of processing seized weapons. About 124 weapons, assorted with majorly pump-action guns, have been seized. And we are in the process of handing over to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for onwards, handing to the Ministry of Interior, Ghana Police Service, and Small Arms and Light Weapons Commission.
Still on Galamsey, the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, known as NIMOS, has begun a major initiative aimed at giving a new purpose to equipment seized from illegal mining activities commonly known as Galamsey. In a significant move, the Secretariat has handed over 100 water pumps to the National Service Authority to support farming activities across the country. Christian Yale reports.
Water pumps were once used as equipment for environmental destruction and maybe notably water pollution through the activities of illegal mining, popularly known as Galamsey. Now, this is not the first time that NIMOS is repurposing these equipment for other use, because in November 2025, it handed over about 230 water pumps to the Agric Ministry for regulated farming activities. The whole intent is to ensure that these equipment are not left to waste, but are put to better use.
Having removed these gadgets from the field, there is definitely a positive use for them. And that's what we call the repurposing. It is the Honorable Minister's vision that these machines should be repurposed to feed Ghana. And we read that you are going to use them for farming, which sits directly with that vision. So he gave the go-ahead straight away that we should present them to you.
The ones behind me are about 100 of them that NIMOS has handed over to the National Service Authority. The Executive Director, Ruth Della says this would go a long way to help in irrigating the farms they are managing across the country. But many have lauded this as environmentally responsible and economically strategic. Also at a time when government is looking at pushing investment in local agriculture and food security.
This year we intend to work on 20,000 acres of land for maize alone, and also 10,000 acres for tomato production. And looking at the distance between where the land is and then where the water body also is, it was imperative that we get as many as possible to support us in irrigation or for irrigation purposes. I can firmly say without any form of equivocation that NIMOS is one task force that has been formed and it has sustained its level of integrity up till now.
Now let's head to the courts. As a 60-year-old father accused of tying his teenage son to a quad bike and dragging him through the streets of North Legon has been remanded into police custody by the Adenta Circuit Court. The disturbing abuse case, which sparked nationwide outrage after a viral video surfaced online, has triggered government intervention as the Gender Ministry moves to secure justice and support for the victim and his vulnerable family.
Teenager has been discharged from the Legon Hospital after his condition was stabilized. The Class 5 pupil sustained severe injuries after his biological father allegedly tied him to a quad bike and dragged him at high speed on the 3rd Street of North Legon. He has since been reunited with his mother and sibling. On Tuesday, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Dr. Agnes Namu-Molate, flanked by directors of the ministry, and the MP for Madina, Dr. Francis Xavier Susu, visited the victim at his residence on the instructions of President Mahama, who had earlier seen the viral video. The ministry has now taken over the welfare of the vulnerable family and presented assorted consumables and 5,000 cedis in support.
We are looking at the long-term, economic empowerment of the mother. So one of the first things is to give them the seed amounts you heard us mention, and then also onboard her onto the LEAP program. So they qualify for 5-member household and above. You realize that the family also has one other child with disability who we are also going to support.
The minister also cautioned parents against child abuse, warning that anyone found to have aided the suspect in inflicting harm on the teenager would be prosecuted. Madina MP Dr. Francis Xavier Susu says justice must be served.
Because it's one of those cases that we are very, very interested in. We are not taking it lightly, because many have said that perhaps because he's a person with physical challenge, it means that we just have to let him go, but it can't work that way. If you are physically challenged and you decide to be wicked and be criminal, the law will deal with you. And so I am hopeful that he would just plead guilty simpliciter, so that we probably appeal to the court for a non-custodial sentence or something, given his condition. However, if he chooses not to do that, then we will push fully for the full sentence that he deserves.
Meanwhile, 60-year-old suspect identified as Cobbler has been remanded into police custody by Adenta Circuit Court 1. He's expected to reappear before the court on May 25, 2026. Stanley Nibleu, TV3 News, Accra.
And still in the courts, the third prosecution witness in the 49.1 million cedi cybersecurity defense software case brought against former head of the National Signals Bureau director has told the court that she sought therapy from the church after her ordeal with the Economic and Organized Crime Office. Now, the former director of Advantage Solutions Company Limited, one of the companies of the accused persons, is undergoing cross-examination by defense lawyers.
Kwabena Eduboahening and his wife, Angela Ej Boateng, have been charged with multiple offences including stealing, causing financial loss to the state, and money laundering in connection with a 49.1 million cedi cybersecurity software deal for the national security. They remain on bail after pleading not guilty to the charges, while the prosecution continues to make its case. During cross-examination on Tuesday, May 12, the prosecution's third witness, Mildred Donko, told the court that she had to be counseled by her pastor, Reverend Stephen Wengam, after what she described as a traumatic ordeal at the Economic and Organized Crime Office, where she was arrested, detained, and eventually granted bail in connection with the Kwabena Eduboahen case. Mildred disclosed that she frequently visited the premises of Ioko with her young daughter and was questioned for several hours daily. She also testified that she was introduced to the former National Signals Bureau Director by the Assemblies of God General Superintendent during Eduboahen's 30th birthday celebration at the church, as they were all members of the Cedar Mountain Assemblies of God congregation. Years later, she was appointed Director of Advantage Solutions Company Limited, one of several businesses owned by the accused persons. The witness mentioned that Advantage Solutions had a number of employees who received monthly salaries as well as pension contributions, adding that the company was not engaged in any criminal activities. When questioned by defense lawyer Samuel Atachian about how she liaised with insurance company Petra to set up pension accounts, she answered in the affirmative. Atachian then sought to tender email correspondence between Mildred Donko and an official of Petra, along with receipts of pension payments, to demonstrate that the company was not engaged in any criminal enterprise as alleged by the prosecution. However, Deputy Attorney General Dr. Justice Srimsai objected, arguing that the correspondence took place in 2024, several years after the transaction for which the accused persons are standing trial. The court subsequently rejected the documents as evidence, ruling that they had no bearing on the case before it. The case has been adjourned to Wednesday, May 13 for continuation. Lord Rasari, TV3 News, Accra.
And that's it for News Morning. I am Kukiti. Coming up after the break is TV3 Newday. Please stay with us.
Thank you. Great man. And then, when you went away, I got more friends.
I see.
Yeah.
So Pai Fianku.
The list is very long.
Pai Fianku works with engineers and planners.
Oh, I see.
You know,
has he always been there? Or?
Oh, always.
It's a new addition.
That. So Pai Fianku, good morning to you.
Yes.
And your husband as well.
Yes.
David, wish you all the best for the day.
Yes.
And then the chief driver for Ibrahim Mama is called Alhaji Nuridi. I've expanded the list.
I see.
Yes.
Oh.
Let's greet
Edmond
the combats. Yes.
Edmond Combats, managing director.
For
Tema Oil Refinery. Good morning
it's
to you.
Like you're only friends with the people at the top echelon. What about
so I'll
the
mention that down.
grassroots?
That now you hear them soon.
Okay.
Yeah, he starts from the VVIP.
Chairman Prosper, good morning to you as well.
Yeah.
And everybody else who is on board.
You didn't tell us who Chairman Prosper is. I don't know.
Sheikh.
Papa Ro, who's Chairman Prosper? Is he also a
Sheikh
CEO?
Ali Napari.
Nyabucha, you get to understand as the days go by because the list is very long.
Bella and Cookie, please don't disrupt. Don't disrupt some of these things. Good morning to all of you.
How do you say patience? Bojidi. You said Chairman Prosper. You see, you were talking about engineers and planners and all those things. So I'm just asking that.
So
Chairman Prosper, is he maybe Office of the President?
Oh, no. Chairman Prosper is the Group Chief Executive for Smart Shipping as well as Proslet's Group.
Hey. You select your friends well.
No, these days I've been selecting.
Oil and gas, engineers and planners. Anyone's control departments worker.
But let's also...
And then also, when you go to the Ashama markets, Mami Ekwia Danso is there as well.
Is she the queen mother of the market?
No, she's not the queen mother. Great friend of mine. We all grew up together.
Oh, that's
in
nice.
Ashaiman. So
please don't let us forget Richard Mante, Stephen Kpeng, and then
you have really learned the list.
Oh yes.
Alhaji Binu
Yes, Alhaji. Nanaya Pokua. Well, if you won't do it for the Nyaba family, I'll do it for the Nyaba, Lydia Nyaba, and the siblings. Good morning to you, Rondashal, Theodora Akwa, Ebo Samoni, all of you watching this morning.
And Bella will have to mention her list because her list.
Don't worry, I only have one name to mention today. But before that, so what about all those people who used to work at the education ministry?
Oh, now they are trying. No, so every season.
No. They are
there, but like low key inactive.
Don't let them feel like because they are not in position anymore.
What they do to us, we do to them.
Nana Sikafra, please be polite. Be polite. You know, yesterday I saw the roads minister.
He's the one I want to say good morning to today.
Yeah, because the way the man goes hands-on and goes to Western region.
He went to Elubo.
To go and, they get the contract from Accra. And these are experienced contractors. They say big pushes for local contractors or those who have worked in the local industry. And so he goes there and he's going to tell you not when I'm going to come, but I'll be coming. But he will not tell you when. Then all of a sudden he comes, the guys have not mobilized. And these are experienced contractors. Some of them have been paid. If not most of the places he's visited, the contractors have been paid their mobilization for the specific contract that he's gone on inspection for, and then they are not on the ground. I love that. This hands-on.
You will say fantastic guy.
Charlie,
fantastic
amazing,
guy.
amazing.
And he's doing great work.
Great work. You know, in the past, we've had some great ministers. Nanaya Oeduchum,
That's why I was asking why you're not saying good morning to them.
Minister for Education.
Right now he's
Minister for Education. Napo also great.
Could become president someday, so you have to
forget about that. And then now we have Okujetu and the rest also doing some great work.
Let's get serious.
Now you have a minister of roads who then gets there unannounced, and the contractor, you cannot mobilize, let's say, a payloader or a grader to site in 24 hours.
Minutes, or even like 1 hour. They can't do that.
So they get caught unawares, and that, I think, is a good thing. Yesterday he said he was cancelling somebody's contract.
Yes. Because
terminating it.
Because he hasn't moved.
And I agree with that.
After we have paid him.
I actually wanted to say good morning to him because, again, the Spintex Manette Junction Road, there are some roads that have not been fixed. So my junction has not been fixed, but the other two junctions, left and right, have been fixed. I don't understand why. And me and my neighbors have a big problem with it.
You see,
because the other sides have been fixed, but the middle has not been fixed.
So, Honorable Minister, Cashew Road, this morning, I'm placing it before you. Please, we have to get it fixed.
Open surprise visits for
surprise visits. Just appear. Don't appear today because they'll be expecting you. You wait, let the week pass. Then maybe next week you can just appear and bring the bloggers so that we can show you the state of the road is very bad. And a lot of us are worried about it. I mean, over time, we've had to, try and get big stones to sort of level the place.
That's really
the
bad.
rains are coming.
Yeah.
So we beg you. At least those of us who are closer to the junction, we're managing. But those who are further down, and you see, when you go further down...
The shocks of the car. Yeah,
we can't afford the shocks. So please, Cashew Road this morning, and yeah, my neighbors will be watching and be excited about it because I told them that I'll find
Today
a way
you
to
talk
follow
about it.
I have to.
You've
and
tried.
if I have to keep talking about it until it's done, I hope that it will be done because I'm told that the contractor, also allegedly has been paid. So they don't understand why our road is not being done. If you keep asking them, they tell you, oh, we'll come and fix it, and they never do. So Cashew Road, Spintex Manor Junction, please, kindly.
But you may also want to check who the MCE of that area is.
We've done all that. Now we even have to go to urban roads as well.
Wow.
But I just want to put this before the minister himself. Honorable Governors Kwame Agbodja, good morning to you. And this is just a message to you. Thank you very much.
All right. It will be done. I can guarantee. He's a very hard-working minister, so I can guarantee that it will be done.
He should just appear for us. That's all we need.
Surprise visit.
Once he appears, I'm sure the road will be fixed.
No problem at all. Anyway, we are wishing all the 509,000 and change WASI students who are starting across the region. I mean, it's the first time that all regions are going to have all of them writing at the same time. We're talking Nigeria, all the African countries that write WASI. They are starting this morning, and we want to wish them the very, very best. And as usual, the females are topping the chart with 284,000. Again, as always.
2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Gender, what happened to gender
equality? Send your girl child to school. No, the campaign has worked. Yeah. The campaign has worked. So we have 284,558 females and 275,727, I beg your pardon, males writing the exam, and we want to wish them the very, very best. You would think that Accra would have a lot more students sitting for the exam, but in Ghana, the Ashanti region, is topping with 127,702 students, followed by Easing, Bronga, Hafo, Central, Greater Accra, Volta, Western, Northern, Upper East, Upper West, and then we've got some Togolese candidates also in the country who are sitting the WASI exams, and we just
writing it here in Ghana.
Yes, and
that's allowed.
Yes, I mean, if you're schooling here in Ghana,
then you can.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So but do they register as Ghanaians or as foreigners? That's what
that would have to look into.
Sure how it's done.
That would have to, but I think you can. If you have parents who are probably nationals here or even Togolese and you're schooling here, I'm sure you can. Yes, you can write it. So we're wishing all of them
all the best to them.
Yes.
And BC just ended.
It just ended
just about a week or two ago, and so we do hope that the students were able to write the exams, and we hope that they'll pass. We'll give you some details about that for this morning as well, especially because there's a big concern with regards to how many of them will transition into the SHS system. And we all know about free SHS, the issue about accommodation as well. And so how many of these secondary schools can accommodate these students? Because over the years, we've had issues with infrastructure, and that's made it very difficult for a lot of the schools to have these student transition. And that's not the only issue. We'll talk about the other factors that have led to a reduction in the number of students who are able to pass the exams and transition into the SHS system. And so that will be for this morning, and we'll give you the chance to also call in when it's time to share your thoughts and opinions with us. But what are we discussing
Roland will be in charge of the big issue this morning. We're taking a look at the Legal Education Reforms Bill signed into law, implication on students and the justice system. Of course, you are a master in that regard, so you'll be taking us through it. And then xenophobic attacks. Yesterday we saw Ibrahim Mahama hand, was it about 200 or 300,000 to the gentleman who went viral in that xenophobic video. Well, a lot more have been evacuated from South Africa, 300 more of them, and the advice is that if you want to come home, more people can also come home, and government will do its best to help them start businesses and to resettle into Ghana again. So we'll be taking a look at that one. And of course, the two giants who are always arguing here this morning will be here. Solomon Owusu, Director of Research, United Party. Dr. Joshua Chibuntie Zato would also be here. Hamza Suini would be here. Kwesi Kwarteng, former spokesperson, Ministry of Education, will also be here. You have a very interesting panel, especially for Wednesdays, and we'll be looking forward to that. We'll be talking about schizophrenia later also on the show. We are concerned about your health, so please stay tuned. We'll be talking about all of that. It's a very beautiful show we have for you this morning. Please stay with us. And you can also win 1,000 Ghana cedis with us this morning. Code *439# if you are an MTN or Telecel subscriber. You can get to win 1,000 Ghana cedis. So please get playing now. *439#, *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. Let's get into winning ways this morning. And for those of you who have joined us and are watching, good morning. Prince Henry Koforidua, good morning to you. Engineer Asamoah, good morning to you as well. Randa, I know that you're watching. Good morning to you as well. Okay, we'll be getting into some figures in no time. We'll also activate the phone lines for you to have your say. Tell us exactly what is on your mind as per our educational system.
Practice continues to be a problem. This practice is dangerous because it makes it extremely difficult for us to assess the quality of education. Those who are caught aiding cheating will be severely punished. I wish to remind heads of schools that are consistently cited for examination malpractice to change the narration this year, or risk being changed. All teachers and supervisors who were linked to examination malpractice last year and are being processed for sanction are banned from the examination centers.
Welcome back, welcome back. Let's get into the nitty-gritties now. Bella is by the dashboard to take us through the crisis that we are facing with our placement, SHS placements. Bella, what do you have for us?
Well, so again, all the best to the WASI candidates for today. But just before that as well, just about a week ago, we had some BC candidates also write the exams, hoping to pass and transition into the SHS system. So clearly there's going to be some gap to be filled with that regard. And Africa Education Watch has come out with its latest volume on, free SHS, and of course, the fact that it may face some placement crisis ahead of the 2026 placement. And we'll give you the details as to exactly why Education Watch is saying this could happen. As it stands now, an estimated 72,000 qualified students may not be placed under the current free SHS TVET system unless urgent policy interventions is taken. And why is Africa Education Watch saying this? So let's look at the number of students that wrote the BECE for this year, of course, for last year, and of course, how many of them will be able to transition. So we had a total of 620,000 candidates write the BECE, and out of that, the expected number of students to qualify for placements will be 607,000. And this is an estimated number based on availability in our various senior high schools. So approximately the space available will be 535,000 for these students. So even out of the 607,000 who are expected to qualify, only 535,000 of them would actually get space in our free senior high school system. And so that means that there's a projected 72,000 placement deficit in that case. And clearly, the graph shows you what exactly has been happening over the years. And so we take a look at how many of them qualified in 2024 and how many of them qualified in 2025, just to show you that there's been a downward trend in terms of how many of these students would be able to transition. So in 2024, we had about 92% of these students transitioning. But By 2025, it had reduced by 10% to 82%. And so clearly, the year-on-year drop from 92% to 82% shows that there is a decline in the number of students that can transition into our SHS system. And what are the structural drivers for this crisis? So according to Africa Education Watch, and based on the volume that they have put out, which is volume 7, I believe, they're saying that the double-track rollback is one of the reasons why there might be, a difficulty in getting all these students in school. It says phased rollback of double-track operations in selected schools has reduced intake capacity, cutting available spaces for qualifying students. But that's not all. There's also geographic barriers, because there are some mismatches between available school vacancies and geographical demand. Students cannot easily access schools in other regions or districts. And you'd realize that when it comes to the online placement, you have a lot of parents who visit these areas to tell you that their students or their wards cannot attend the schools that they have been placed in because they've been placed in day, the day option. And even that, someone lives in Accra and has to go to school, maybe in the Ashanti region, and that student is a day student. How is that going to happen, especially when they don't know anyone there that they can live with? So that's clearly a major problem. But that's not all. There's also limited private SHS gains. You remember that the NDC, when they were coming into power, promised that they were going to extend free SHS to the private institutions so that they could accommodate their, the excess numbers that are left behind. Unfortunately, even though that has begun, we're told that the private schools are not able to take all the students. They are not able to absorb them. So it's just fewer students than projected that are getting into our private schools, and rising student demand as well. We're getting a lot more students, in the secondary schools, and unfortunately, our senior high schools do not have the capacity, infrastructure-wise, to accommodate them. And so EduWatch is making some recommendations, and they include expediting expansion of boarding facilities to increase school intake capacity before the August placement. We hope that that can be done. We're just a few months away from August. I'm not sure what the plan is, but we'll find out, of course, from the decision makers. But also they're saying that there should be the acceleration of all ongoing school infrastructure projects already underway across the country. That should be completed. They should improve placement system efficiency to better match available vacancies with student geographic demand and expand the use of private sector SHS capacity to ease pressure on the public school system. So that's the situation on the ground at the moment. And would like to hear from you, because clearly, if you're a parent who's had their ward right, the BC, and you're looking to have them transition, you have a major problem at this point, because first of all, you're hoping that they've qualified to even get into SHS. Yeah. But beyond that, if they even qualify, are they going to the schools that you would want them to be in if their results so decide? Right. And will they be placed in the boarding system or the day system? Right. Would it be close to home if they're day students or not? It's a lot of issues that have come up, and unfortunately, our senior high schools do not have the infrastructure to accommodate them. And if you talk to some of these students, you ask them, how many are you even in the dining hall? And you hear so many stories where so many, it's quite worrying at this point. Even in the dormitories as well, not all of them have the opportunity to stay because they don't have enough beds, they don't have space for them. All those issues. We do hope that something is done as soon as possible so we can absorb these number of students, about 602,000 of them, even though we have only 535,000 of that space available.
And this morning, a lot more are also writing exams. So it means that the numbers are going to be increased in no time. And it looks like this is a serious national educational emergency. But you can join us on the telephone lines now. Speak to us. Let's know what your thoughts are. The hashtag is TV3 Newday. Please do call us. The numbers will be right there on your TV screens. You can call us and let us exactly know what your thoughts are on this matter. Well, let's get into the figures again. As we are told that this morning, about 509,862 pupils are also going to be writing the WASSCE exams. Out of that, 284,588 are females, 225,274 are males, and in Ghana, Ashanti region is topping the numbers with 127,702. And our first caller, Peter T, is on the telephone lines. Peter, it's good to have you back on the telephone lines. I heard you speak yesterday. How are you doing?
Sean, how are you doing too?
Very well. Peter, you may want to raise your voice a little bit. I can hardly hear you.
Okay. So is it better now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Cookie Tree, I have one problem. But before that problem, let me express my gratitude and then also to Alhaji Yaokundu, and then Alhaji Mahdi, Director for Operation, Director for Election NDC, and then also Mr. Emmanuel Ashaletete is the National Security Coordinator, Greater Accra Region. Kukiti, this examination malpractices and other things that are associated with it. I don't want to apportion any blame to any particular government.
Okay.
But what we have in some of these problems are more or less have to do with proper, monitoring when it comes to this examination. Because you see, students are blamed all the time that they have been getting sometimes some of the questions from the teachers, some of the questions from these and these people. But you see, we should also look at the source of where some of these things are coming from. We don't have to, because looking at the numbers from even 2024, about 90% or so, 96%, and it came to 2025. 80% or so, 88%. So that means that there was a drop. That drop, I can only associate it to the previous regime. You know that there was this a full complementary access of students those days getting APO. You know what is APO?
Yes, I do.
Government prepares special way of getting these students involved for this malpractice, just to get a name that they are doing well in education. So when NDC government came, there was some slight change. The change is that they were applying a proper monitoring, gadget to ensure that this exercise of malpractices will stop, and it has stopped. I could see that was the result that we are getting today, that it has dropped. But I'm also making sure that government must be up and doing to rejuvenate the system, so that we don't have all these, cases that we are having today will curtail, if not stop entirely. We cannot afford to make our students vulnerable when they, how do we call it? When they succeeded from JHS or from, how do we call it, the secondary school to university, then we are facing problems. They are the choices that we rely on, and we shall rely on in future.
Peter, thank you.
Much.
Thank you for your submission this morning. I'm told that Megina has joined us on the line.
Hello, Megina. Good morning.
Good morning, the beautiful ones. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you doing as well?
Extend my greeting to Bella Mundi. Bella.
Bella is on your screen right now.
Megina, you're not watching the TV.
You can't see me.
Megina, it's Bella who's speaking to you right now.
Oh, Bella.
Megina, I've missed you.
I've missed you more than my wife.
Oh, wow, okay. I'm not sure if I can say anything about this. I don't want trouble. Good to hear from you. I hope wifey is doing well, by the way.
Oh, everything is cool.
We thank God. Talk to us.
And extend my greeting to Mr. Roland.
He's here. He can hear you.
Your production team for the wonderful work that they always do for us. We appreciate their effort.
They say thank you.
Bella, you know what? This canker, we should go and read from the history line. This problem can be attributed to the former president, John Ajikunkufo. You know why I'm saying that?
Tell us.
During his era, he brought a policy motivating Ghanaian youth to get married and produce more. Meanwhile, we did not anticipate the education infrastructure. So now, I ask you, why do we do family planning? So if a country, our leadership is always interested, calculating maybe from 10 to 15 years, our political party may need these figures. So if you motivate somebody to get married and produce more, but without producing more without coming out with more infrastructure to cater for these children, if they respect to a child, what is your plan? When you go to elsewhere, America, Europe, and the rest, have you heard that when you give birth to a child, the child gets paid? Some parents don't even. Some parents even use that money to cater for themselves. So it means that the country plan ahead. So the taxes that they collect, they have given some to a fund where whenever you give birth, you automatically going to be dependent on that, and the system is being catered for. But here you will give us a way to marry and get more children to be produced. But you did not match it with the infrastructure. So all these things about lack of infrastructure, that we are not able to match with the population numbers.
Okay.
So as we are going as a country, we need to sit down and plan well. It's not a big deal that we should be using politics. So I am saying that if anyone is challenging me, let's go. And when it was being given a flat date for everybody to get married. Because when you go for marriage, you get pregnant, you are going to hospital free. And maternal care is going to be catered for.
But at that time, it served a purpose. And I believe that a lot of people were happy about that social intervention that was provided by the former administration. A lot of women were happy about going to the hospital and not having to worry about paying, hospital bills and all that. So maybe I'm going to serve the purpose. As it stands now, we have the youngest population, in terms of the continent, the African continent. And that seems to be a good thing to an extent. But I do get what you're saying, that we should have matched it.
Measures have been put in place to make that we should have anticipated that in the future, what will be the numbers against our population. So as a nation, we need to sit down and do all these analysis. So it was a political decision for the new patrol party against the future.
Okay, all right.
This 3 SSS, is it not? Look, the numbers, when those who got the opportunity first to enroll, they are now universities, they produce.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You've made your point very clear, and I do hope that moving forward there will be enough interventions to support all these babies that were produced under the Eswa Akufo government as well.
And please remember that when you call us, please keep your submissions very short so that other people can call. It's a very busy line and more people want to call. So please, another caller. Another caller is on the line. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah,
your name and where you're calling from?
Oh, my name is Collins.
Collins, where are you calling from?
From Amamole.
Oh, Anamole. Okay.
Yeah. You are doing so good, TV3. As I've been saying that TV3, your journalism is undisputed. I'm telling the gospel fact. That's why at times people get access to call. It seems like you are speaking across the nation, the whole world.
Collins, I can't quite hear what you're saying clearly. Is it us or you have to raise your volume a little bit?
Okay.
Control, if it's us, please raise the volume too, because we can hardly hear him.
Okay, is it clear now?
Yes.
Okay. Let me take this opportunity to greet Peter Akwesi-Mensah, Deputy CEO of Tema Shipyard, and the host of Accra 100.5, Nana Otudako, vying Deputy National Communication of NDC. Look, let me approach Governor Abuja, the road minister. He's doing a marvelous job.
Okay.
Fantastic. Yes. Kudos to him. He don't sit on his toe. Going round here and there. Ghanaians appreciate the good work that he's doing, including President Mahama and the NDC. Look, the caller that went before I came, that's Mijina, he's doing propaganda because the train that is supposed to go straight, he's dodging it here and there. President Kufuor has done his job already. Appreciate the current government because you are a people man and you are doing propaganda to come to power. Not yet, not today, and not maybe 8 years or 4 years. You people will stay in a position like 30 years and 40 years. That time, Ghana is becoming heaven and beyond.
You have 30 seconds more. Okay, all right. We lost him already. Let's get to some messages now. Humado Sichope says, with the current structure of Ghana's educational system, school selection has become a major burden on many parents and guardians. I witnessed a situation where a woman selected only Category A schools for her ward. When advice was given that it would be difficult and safer to add other categories, she became offended and started insulting people, claiming they did not want her child to attend these schools. I believe many parents need to be properly educated on how the school placement and selection system works. Guidance and realistic choices are very important to avoid disappointment and unnecessary misunderstanding.
I see. Well, we're going to be speaking to the Executive Director of Africa Education Watch, Mr. Kofi Asare. And of course, this volume is volume 37, is the Education Alert Policy Brief that talks about the challenges that we might face in ensuring that all our 620,000 BC candidates are integrated into the free SHS system. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning, Bella. And good morning to your audience.
I hope you're doing well.
Very fine.
All right. So talk to us about these challenges. I mean, looking at the numbers from 2024 up until 2025 and the fact that there's been a downward trend in terms of how many more students are entering free SHS, what would be the major concern for you that needs to be addressed at this point?
Well, the major concern stems from last year's performance, where we admitted 20,000 fewer compared to 2024, even though in 2025, we had about 35,000 more qualifying for placement. If you do an analysis of that performance, vis-a-vis the fact that this year we are recording an unprecedented 620,000 BC candidates leaving the system, which means that going by the annual trend, 98% are going to qualify for placement. That's in the region of 607,000. The system capacity to absorb a significant number of these graduates is a bit constricted. And so if you are going by last year's performance, it means that we have capacity to admit only about 485,000. It means that the system is racing against time to provide about 72,000 additional spaces required to maintain equilibrium, not to admit everyone that qualifies for placement, but to maintain system equilibrium, which we see as having a transition rate. I'm talking about the rate at which those who qualify for placement are actually entering in high school. While it's maintaining the 2024 performance of 92% of those who qualify for placement being actually placed and then being admitted. So that's the challenge we are facing. Now, this challenge that's explained situate within another government promise to end double track.
Yeah.
So as we are experiencing higher and higher numbers of BC candidates, we are also faced with the task of the phasing out of a double track policy, which more or less means that you are reducing spaces for admission by up to about half, and so that's the challenge that currently confronts the government.
Okay. But the private institutions are supposed to absorb the extra numbers. What has been their challenge with regards to that? Because looking at your reports, we realized that they weren't absorbing as many students as were expected.
Yes, the government had a strategy to include a private school infrastructure, which has been idle largely since the was introduced into the free high school program. A pilot was rolled out last year. Indications we have suggest that the pilot was about 33-35% successful, i.e. out of about 20,000 that were placed in the private schools, only 7,000 thereabouts actually were enrolled.
Okay, come again, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Professor, sorry to cut you. Can you hear me? I just wanted to get that number right. You're saying what, out of 75,000?
Out of 20,000 placed.
Okay.
In private senior high schools, only about 7,000 actually enrolled. And the gap between placement and enrolled is actually primarily as a result of the fact that the pilot was a day pilot. The average Ghanaian wants to be a boarder.
Yeah.
But there are challenges. if government has to absorb the full cost of boarding in a private senior high school, a private free senior high school pilot, obviously it will mean that government will spend more.
Yeah.
Because the accommodation doesn't come cheaper in the private sector.
Mm-hmm.
So there are difficulties to take moving forward. But all in all, the government announced 3 interventions. First, a World Bank intervention to expand secondary education access about 5 months ago.
Yeah.
Second, budgetary allocations to complete abandoned e-blocks and also continue inherited projects in the secondary education sector.
Yeah.
And then also we think these fund allocations towards this. What we are calling for in our policy brief is an update on how far we have progressed since 2025 in expanding secondary education infrastructure. How many more beds, how many more seats have we created in our secondary schools? And to what extent are we prepared for this unprecedented number of BC graduates qualifying to enter secondary education?
Are you saying you haven't gotten this information from the Ministry of Education yet? Even though I remember that the finance minister in the 2026 budget had allocated about 42% of the GET fund to fund free SHS and ensure that some of these challenges are addressed. You still don't have any update on that?
Well, the 42% of GET fund funding free senior high school goes to buy food and exercise books and clothing and those things. It doesn't buy infrastructure. It doesn't procure infrastructure. Free senior high school is a recurrent expenditure: food, clothing, exercise books, PE kits. Those are the items that the free senior high school budget finances. So that's different from second cycle. Yeah, exactly. So for second cycle, a World Bank project worth over $200 million, we are told, is committed to that. And then also in GET fund, we saw some specific lines, addressing abandoned e-blocks and then some inherited secondary school projects. If I say inherited, some secondary school projects that started prior to 2025, which the government intended to complete. We haven't been given an update. So I say we are talking about stakeholders, parents, the public, about progress so far. And most importantly, how many more spaces we have created. That assurance is important because last year, the system couldn't absorb, the system was able to place only 82% of those who qualified.
Yeah.
You understand? So it means that in view of the system capacity gaps we experienced last year, it is important that the ministry updates the public about how far it has gone in expanding opportunities for transition. Also, then one very important equation is this. On one breath, government has promised to sustain the free senior high school policy and continue to encourage equitable access. Of course, we've seen significant increase in the free senior high school budget from about 2.9 billion to 4.2 billion. And we've seen significant improvement in the feeding situation, especially. But as government promises to continue the free senior high school program and continue to improve quality and, most importantly, equitable access, government has also promised to phase out the double track system and ensure that all schools become single tracks. Okay. Now, government is racing to implement these two policies. How it races is very important because the rate of phasing out of double track schools in single track should not be faster than the rate of expanding equitable access opportunities, i.e. completing ongoing projects, building new schools to create more spaces, or expanding existing schools. Other than that, if you have a situation where we are phasing out more double track schools in single track schools than we are creating more opportunities for equitable access, then you are going to have constrictions like we had last year. Last year, the genius announced that 99 schools are being transitioned from double track to single track.
Yeah.
I surmise that it means that for those schools, capacity to admit would have been reduced by up to about half. But we didn't hear of any announcement about new school projects that have been completed or ongoing school projects that have been completed, etc. So we need both updates. But specifically, government should hasten slowly in the double track phase out process until we are seeing quite more accelerated effort in expanding spaces in existing single track schools or new single track schools being completed so that we don't suffocate the system.
Kofi, thank you very much. It's Cookie now, and my question was going to be about double track, which you have answered already, because I wanted to find out how much of the pressure we're feeling right now is actually attributed to the decision to fade out the double track system, but you have answered that already. But before you go, so who should ultimately take responsibility if our wards cannot fit into the second cycle institutions?
It is not necessarily the responsibility of if our wards cannot fit in. It's actually the responsibility of ensuring that between now and the next 4 months, contractors on site expedite action. Financing mechanisms are accelerated to ensure that they align with the timelines the Ministry of Education has for the next academic year and for the matter for school placement and all that. Which are responsible for directly expanding it because budget allocations have been made. And so if we are not being informed because perhaps progress is not yet complete, then we need to catalyze our action. And so it's the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Finance. Those are the two responsible for our cash and then also for the delivery of ongoing projects. And so we want the two to work together, expedite so that construction activities will be accelerated to ensure that by 4 months' time, we have created 72,000 extra spaces compared to last year, so that we have the assurance that those who qualify for placement and are placed in public senior high schools will find space.
Kofi, just quickly, I remember that not too long ago as well, it was announced that BC candidates will have to wait for their results to come before they select the schools that they'll be placed in. And when we looked at the volume 37 of your report, there was a part that indicated that there was some mismatches in terms of which school students were placed in, and that's also resulted in the low number of students that were transitioning. But this seeks to address the mismatch to a certain extent. Do you think that this was a good decision that was made by the ministry to wait for students to have their results come up before they select their schools? That sort of managed the situation even more in terms of the mismatches that we've seen over time?
We think that allowing students to select their schools only after they've seen their results solves a problem. It solves a problem where students previously will make a decision on school placement without having the full information they need to make an informed decision. And so when the students have their results before they are allowed to select their schools, one thing should happen. And what should happen is that the system should be configured such that you are able to access schools based on your raw scores. So if I have a raw score of 400, I shouldn't see the set when I enter the system.
Yeah.
You understand? So that you are helping the students to make an informed choice because now you have your raw scores. And then now you know the schools available to you per your raw scores. Select them. So that you don't even go to the school that your raw scores does not permit you to compete. And so if that is done, in addition to allowing them to select their schools after the result, it solves a huge problem, which is the unnecessary demand for category A schools, especially by those who do not have the raw scores required to meet that demand.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi Asare. He is the Executive Director for Africa Education Watch. And maybe later on, we'll have him sit down and go deeper into this report so we can have a better understanding. Hopefully, we can get some updates from the Ministry of Education with regards to infrastructure and what would be done, especially because I remember that the Vice President, at the time when she was campaigning somewhere in the Western region, had promised that they were going to ensure that there are more classrooms being built, more boarding houses being built for the students as well, and basically to ensure that we have more students enroll in free SHS and take the pressure off some of these other institutions. So let's see how that goes. But I believe that we'll have to wrap up at this point. Yes, we're wrapping up,
but there's a message here from Kenneth. Salah Yusuf says, Cookie team, in my opinion, I think the educational system has started working because under the previous MPP government, junior high schools would write exams twice before senior high schools will write once, which made the whole system basa like that. Better has come. I wish them all the best. But this time, no cheating. It is Frenchim. And DJ Morlai from Boli sent in that one. Thank you very much. Kwame Acidity says, good morning, Cookie, and your co-sister. Her name is Bella, if you're new to the show. In 8 years of MPP's tenure, they couldn't absorb Asante Tano Methodist Technical Institute, into the free TVET service. But now, Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda and the Ahafo Regional Minister have converted it into a free TVET institute, which will start admitting students in the 2026-2027 academic year. What a great accomplishment by Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda. Kwame Acidity, thank you for that information. We do appreciate it. Now, remember to pack up your day the Milky Way with a rich, smooth taste of Peck Milk Shortcake. It is available everywhere in Ghana, in every corner store. It is pure delight. Get some for you, your friends, and your family. To those of you who were able to call, thank you. And to those who sent messages as well, we do appreciate you. Coming up is the issue. But remember that you can also cash out with us this morning, *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. The code still remains *439#, *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. It's a Wednesday, so remember to choose option 2, which is the TV3 option. Follow the rest of the very user-friendly prompts. And you already know the drill. You need to play as many times as possible to increase your chance of winning right here on TV3 Newday. So please keep doing it. And I'm sure Rolly would announce the first winner during the big issue. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. It's still TV3 Newday.
Well, so we're here to do the discussion. We told you we'll be looking at the new Legal Reform Act as we have it. The President has assented to it. But what does it mean really? So we'll be having some explanations to do. Then we'll also veer into the subject of the xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Already we know efforts by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, i.e. the government of Ghana, to commence the evacuations. Already 28 individuals brought down, 300 more expected to be in. And Ibrahim Muhammad did a show of force yesterday, extending charity to the gentleman who was in that crossfire, that video, following that confrontation by the anti-immigrant advocate in South Africa, the Ghanaian. And he had 200,000 in his kitty yesterday. There's also a promise that he will be made to kickstart a hardware business, so to speak. But it's not everybody who is going to get it like that, because there are key reasons why individuals make that tortuous decision to go and live elsewhere in Africa, at least the economies that are better than Ghana. And we have to look at two sides of the coin. If the countries are being governed well, will their citizens be migrating in those large numbers? And why is it that we don't have a lot of South Africans migrating as well? Because their economy is much better. But the other discussion is, has the ANC as well as the other political parties that took over at least since 1994, but mainly the ANC, been able to do right by their own colleague blacks, so to speak, to provide the right sort of welfare for them? So we'll be discussing that this morning. I have here just in front of me Jebuntie, Dr. Joshua Jebuntie Zato of Sisala East constituency. Is also here to help us do the analysis on the subject on the policy side as well. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Roland. Good morning. We miss you for some few days.
Yes.
We're not complaining.
I was
because
unwell.
I think last week it was a beautiful lady. We're not complaining.
I was unwell.
We say we're not complaining. So it's not that we don't like you, it's that sometimes.
Hey,
we're not, so the two of us, we're not complaining. Right? We decided we're not going to complain because, you know, it's not that we say
I thought we are friends.
No, we were bed massa. It was. Welcome back.
Thank you. And then I have also lawyer Hamza Sohiyeni, who is here. I saw him at the Bank of Ghana press conference organized by, is it Dr. Isa?
Yes, soon to be.
Of Sagnerubu.
So we don't know whether they gave him some of their money. So we want to know the press conference.
Oh, the loss.
When they went, they said,
okay. But that one, you know, the money that has been chopped due to losses.
No, we just say, my party should make
you should know that my life is rooted in service. It is not about what I get.
Don't philosophy.
And that's the gospel truth. Nobody from the Bank of Ghana to the last person, nobody can say that they give me a penny for the service.
Job for the Bank of Ghana. Sometimes, if you are working on your grandmother's farm, you have to give you water to drink. So, did they give you water to drink?
I didn't get water to drink.
Oh, okay.
As a matter of fact, to be honest with you, I
Governor of Bank of Ghana, the guy did a good job for you. She gave you water to drink.
I had when we did it, I had so many calls. I had so many calls of that to that effect. And for me, it was strange to me. You understand? Because in gospel truth, not even one Ghana city is to buy water. Absolutely not. We did it because of the cause of the party
Solomon,
and the confidence we have in our government.
To the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Now, brother, after that is tasty.
No. That's not the NDC spirit. That's not the NDC spirit.
Solo, how are you?
I'm good.
I've seen the roads minister doing some inspection. He's not been happy with the number of the contractors.
Exactly.
And it's shocking that contracts are given in Accra, and it's some of the experienced contractors who are far away from the ministries in Accra perpetrating some of these. They have not mobilized the site. Some of them have been inactive, etc. As far as Western region, Western North, and it's good that the minister is going around to see for himself what really is happening. We have his deputy also alongside in tow, and the Ghana Highways Authority.
It's good, but it's also sad because you are supposed to have consultants across the country who are supervising some of these projects. They raise certificates. Remember, there was a time that I raised an issue here that I was very surprised the Eswal administration left a debt of 40 billion in the road sector. But when you go on the grounds, you can't see corresponding roads. Because 40 billion cedis...
For which 10 billion we're told has been paid.
40 billion must corresponds to substantial construction of roads.
Physical.
Remember, the Minister of Finance also came to tell us that, but for his intervention, some 10 billion or a billion would have been paid for no work done. So it tells you that it's been in the system for a long time. People go and take contracts, they don't work, and they get paid. So they have taken Ghana as a work and pay every year.
Work and pay.
They work and pay. It is for them. And it's good that we would have a sector minister move into this. But some of the places too, immediately he comes back, he must make the effort of terminating the contract. You understand?
Why?
Because clearly they have shown that they are not willing to work. The last time I checked, the Ghana Institute of Surveyors engineers were telling us that they had more than 8,000 registered contractors, Ghanaian contractors. It means that we don't have few. So if someone is not prepared to work, you take the contract and give it to the other person.
Sharp.
The one that will work. That is what we are looking for. And not just allow them, because when you allow them, they will still not work, but they will find ways and means to generate certificates and come and collect our money. And the money is due on our tax revenue.
Yeah.
And how can we live in a country like that?
Fantastic.
You know, on this one, I perfectly agree with my brother Solo on this particular issue. Roads are very important. If you ask me, one of the biggest things the NDC is doing, and where I come from, Sally, is big push.
Which areas?
No, the road
on
from
which routes?
The road from Tumu to Chuchuliga to Bolga is getting done. The contractor is there. And from Tumu to Chuchuliga to Navrongo. That's towards the one connecting Upper West to Upper East. Okay. The contractor is there. And you can see that's a man working. If you look at the other one, from Wa to West Tumu, PNW Ghanam is there, working all the way towards Sabuli, I think, to Heng. The west part of the road, as I've said a number of times, happened to be Heng to Jeffy. The last time I was there was no contractor. I cannot sit here and say the contractor has not gone there. I can't do that. Then from Jeffrey to Tumu, there was a contractor. So that the west part is where there was no contractor. I pray and hope the contractor is there. That is the thing. So the big push bet. This thing that the minister is doing is just crying fake tears.
Why?
It's not, because there's something. One, every region, each of these regions have a regional highway authority.
And a director.
There's a regional highway director. So it shouldn't take the minister to go and see that the Bole Bamboy Road, the contractor is not there. It shouldn't take that.
Yeah.
And even the districts have the district executive and regional ministers. It shouldn't take the minister to go and say they are not there. Have these people been working? We've not seen any regional minister touring these roads, tell us that the contractor is not there. They too can command the same.
So you would wish that they take their assigned responsibilities.
Good. Then the second thing, you see, this is what I'm saying. The big push is something we shouldn't politicize, because it is one of the biggest, it's the brightest spot for this government. I will say that. The big push is the brightest spot for this government because it shapes lives, it manages lives. Then think, you see, when the Media Foundation of Africa talked about the single source contracting, one of the arguments the government made was that a lot of these contractors were already on site. So it doesn't make sense to go and remove PNW Ghanaian from working on the road, or try to now go and open that part for when he's already on there. It makes perfect sense, even from a this like me. But now we are now beginning to say that is what is happening. So you now give it to them. A lot of them took the money and they are not doing. That is problem. So because they didn't, so let me say they didn't suffer or struggle to get it. They took the monies and part their, and that is also the problem. So we need to be able to go. But the minister going to do this is not. I think that because
for you it's a non-starter.
I'm not saying it's a non-starter. I'm saying that there are measures, and sometimes when we don't activate these measures, it is. What if there's another road minister who doesn't go around like this?
It rather exposes the lapses in the system. I see it from a positive angle that our regional engineers, highway engineers, the consultants cannot be trusted.
I agree with
because
you.
they are the people that are generating these interim payment certificates for us to pay. What sort of inspections do they do? In one breath, one of the interviews that the minister was interviewing the consultant on the road, the consultant created a pressure. He didn't even know what was happening.
Yeah.
He had no clue. He hadn't been on site.
And that should not be possible.
That should not be possible. So, alternatively, I rather believe that what the minister is doing is the right thing. Trust but verify.
Okay.
As a minister, your trump card or the trump card is to trust, but always make sure to verify.
In that case, he should have included the local people, especially the House Office.
Yes.
And told them that, look, we have given Hamza this amount of money to do your road. If it's not on their road, hold him, because he should have built other coalitions outside the political system.
One of the specials, I heard him say, I think at the halfway area, there was a chief there, together with the Queen Mother, that he was telling the chief that we have given the contract to this, so he's supposed to finish on this day. So I thought that was supposed
So he should build coalitions outside the political and business system.
Yes.
To now say that, look, the government has done this for your route. I'm sitting in Accra. You are here. The contractor is not here. So also bring whatever traditional power. Then when you do that, it begins to work. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that this program, this policy becomes a success. If it is not, it will take us so many years back.
Well, it's good that when it comes to your area and the routes that lead to Sisala East, you are the eyes and the ears for us.
Really?
For us when it comes to TV3 Newday. But we have to talk about reforms in legal education. Now we have the Act in place, and we'll just take you through some of the insights that we have made the editorial decision to apprise you of. But generally, based on what Roxanne Nelson Dapamapo has indicated, we're going to have, based on what the law is currently, a new body called the Council for Legal Education and Training. It is going to replace the existing General Legal Council, the GLC. The reform also allows accredited universities to run what they call the law practice training course, instead of concentrating professional legal training only at the Ghana School of Law, where we have an alumni here, that is lawyer Soheyeni. Now, current holders of bachelors of law will now apply directly to these accredited universities for practice legal training before writing what is now in the new law called the National Bar Exams. And if you read the Act or the law well, I think the foremost now accredited institution is the Ghana School of Law for now. Then we have the others going to come on board. Now, these accredited universities offering the new law program will need to introduce disability-friendly legal education systems. And we know that we have the University of Ghana, Ghana School of Law. They seem to have the structures foremostly according to what I heard when I spoke to a number of individuals who already do this within the profession as well as the regulation. And so if you have those already offering the LLB not in conformity, it means that you have to back up, put in the structures, etc. And the duration of the Bachelor of Laws degree will now remain still 3 years under the bill, but subsequently you need updated training, that is as part of the program. Now, the universities can then disqualify students who don't meet existing criteria for first year examination, so to speak. And you know, currently the system has a GPA system running across universities. So if you don't meet the criteria, you'll still be out. So they say the law practice training program will last one academic year from September to June. After you've gone through that system, then persons who fail the bar exam can take remedial courses and resit the bar exams. So when I was interacting with those who do the who already are in the regulatory space currently, said that, well, you could have all this training and still be taking the bar exams for 10 times, you know. So they said it really removes one bottleneck, but clearly just draws you closer to going through professional legal training. And Hamza, yes, your government gave this as a campaign promise. It's been realized. A lot of those who have existing LLB seem to be happy about this as well.
Good morning.
But it's been widely also criticized by some section. Yesterday, my minority leader was here. I asked him about this. He didn't want to comment on it as well. But I've seen Cheba for a number of them also saying that it's not good. It's going to affect so-called professionalism and quality.
First of all, good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues in the studio and our cherished viewers out there. I don't think that I agree with the fact that it's going to affect quality of legal education in this country. And yes, it is a fulfillment of a campaign promise that His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama made to law students of this country, especially when they had issues with the Ghana Law School and petitioned his office, then as former president and flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress. He tasked a committee then to look into the matters, and recommendations were made. Based on those recommendations, we fashioned out a campaign promise intended to reform the illegal education sector. And like we did in relation to COVID, like we did in relation to Momo tax, and many other campaign promises, from the National Apprenticeship Program to the 1 million coders program, we have stayed true to the promises that we made as far as the illegal education sector is concerned. And if you listen to His Excellency President Mahama when he assented to the bill, he was quite clear that this will not affect quality. What it seeks to do is actually to strengthen quality and expand access. Because all over the world, one major hurdle when it comes to legal education has to do with access.
I think you went to school in the UK.
Yes, and I'll draw in that. I'll draw in that analogous, and to make the point that the MPP's position that this will affect quality is clearly uninformed. If you read the Act and you are familiar with the processes in the United Kingdom, especially even before you are trained, you are called to the UK bar. The Act simply mirrors the training processes as far as the UK is concerned.
How?
And nobody can sit around this table and question the quality of lawyers that UK train, especially being a Western democracy that is more modernized than we are as a country, whichever way you look at it. So, first, you enroll and do your what's the name? Bachelor of Laws, right? You enroll in the United Kingdom. Some institutions, 4 years, depending on the point of entry. You can either do 1 year, 3 years, or 4 years. Now, after that 4 year or 3 year period or 2 year period, in most cases to 1 year period, you enroll properly onto the Bar Standards Board course to now train either as a barrister. And if you are not comfortable with the barrister route, you go through the solicitor's route and enroll to become a solicitor. So the universities are accredited. It's not just only one university. Bar Standards Board becomes the regulator.
Okay.
And they give accreditation to other universities to run the professional courses. So you either decide to do it at, say, University of Law, or you decide to do it at Birmingham City University, a number of them.
Which one did you attend?
I did ULaw, University of Law in London.
Okay.
So, and they have several other campuses. Okay. Some of them are outside London. So you decide which particular university you go and enroll. Now, the entry requirements are standardized. So regardless of the institution you are going, you already have an idea of the requirements. When you enroll, you are taken through the professional course proper. And that is what this new act also seeks to do. And it is for 1 year. You do your advocacy, you do civil procedure, you do criminal litigation, and you do, what's the name? My memory serves, because there we don't have law of evidence like we have it in there. Here. So your law of evidence is fused. Yes. Your law of evidence, no, you don't do commercial. You don't do commercial law there because you would have done commercial law or company law at the degree level. Okay. Yes. So, but the professional course is limited to legal practice, ethics, then criminal law, criminal procedure, civil procedure.
Advocacy.
And advocacy. So these are the things you do. And you sit for the exams internally, not externally. This is very important. And this is what the Act also seeks to do. So for advocacy, ethics, and I mentioned another one like that. Yeah, advocacy, ethics.
Family law.
No, you don't do family law in London. At the
professional level.
Yes. So you do, in fact, there are courses you sit within the university and write. So the questions are likely to be different from that of Birmingham City University when it comes to those professional courses. You only sit for centralized exams for 2 courses. That is criminal litigation and civil litigation.
Was that so?
Yes.
In the UK?
Or in the UK. So regardless, irrespective of the university you find yourself, you sit for that centralized exam. 2.
In criminal?
That is criminal litigation and civil litigation. So here at Makola, they have taken law of evidence out of criminal litigation and civil litigation. So you sit for exam for civil procedure, then criminal procedure, then law of evidence. But this new act seeks to more or less make law of evidence part of the, what do we call it, criminal procedure and now civil procedure. So it is kind of, for me, it is a mirror of the UK system, and which is good. But like you indicated, we have been able to take out one major hurdle that has to do with the entrance exams. Remember, if you are going to do the LLB in Ghana, there's an entrance exams. Yeah. Then after you are done and you are awarded your certificate, you still have to go to Makola and sit another entrance exam to enter. We felt that that was abusive because in the UK, there's nothing like that. In many other analogous countries that do common law, you hardly find something of that sort. So we thought that it was abusive. And quite apart from being abusive, it was also a cash cow for Ghana School of Law. And it was something we needed to take out of the system. Now it has been taken out as far as this new act is concerned. But it does not mean that quality will be compromised. And that brings me to the issue of quality. Because even in the UK, out of the thousands who sit for the centralized bar standards board exam, you'll be shocked that about 25-30% of them at the end of the day will pass and be called to the bar.
So it's still streamlined.
It's still streamlined.
You don't have a wholesale.
You don't have a wholesale. So what I see will happen, what I foresee will happen, as far as this new act is concerned, is that the issue, the control measures would be at the exit point, especially when you are writing the centralized exams.
You pass, you pass.
You pass, you pass. And in the UK, if you sit it for, I think, 3 or 4 times and you don't succeed, that's the end of it. You have to start the course all over again. So it is not going to be easy.
So under the current status quo, so what, or regime or the structure, what happens if, let's say, you come with an LLB from the UK and then you've been called to the bar there?
So what happens is that we have what we call Ghana post-call, and I suspect that it will still be handled by the Ghana School of Law, the post-call class, because then you would have done, maybe you are called to the UK bar. So there are certain course exemptions that will be given to you. So you don't have to be in the same class with those who are just moving from LLB to the professional law course, because you would have ended up doing about 4 or 5, and many of them would have done about 7 or 8 courses. So that would be the major difference. But in terms of the final exams, as far as those courses they are doing are concerned, you write the same exams with the regular students who haven't been called anywhere. So this is not the end of the road, and this is not an avenue for people to, or students to say that, look, it has become an easy entry route for us now as far as the law school is concerned, because the most important thing is that the exit will still be a challenge. That is where the control measures will be tightened.
And here in this law, we have the National Bar exam, you say?
Yeah, here we are also going to have the National Bar exam, which is similar to the Bar Standards Board exam that is organized in the UK. Okay. Because they will be in charge of it. And they will be in charge of setting the questions. And it is done so that the universities do not have control over the questions and issues of leakages. We all know that Ghana School of Law was subjected to all kinds of leakage allegations. So this new act seeks to prevent that. Another fundamental issue is whether it takes effect immediately. Because I know that Ghana School of Law, they will be writing their entrance exam somewhere next month. I've heard some of the students say that, oh, now we won't be sitting in for that exam. They have opened the access route. I am waiting to see how the discussions will unfold. But from where I sit, I don't think that the law as it is today will be implemented immediately. Because, mind you, if you look at the act, they still have to constitute the board. Yeah. The board would then have to meet and determine which universities, based on applications that they will give accreditation to run the course. Yeah. So if you are a student out there, though there's a new act in place that is changing legal education, don't think that you will not be sitting the exam come June. It is very, very important. They should still go ahead with their preparations, do the necessary research, and ensure that they go and sit that exam. Because the law is out, yes, but the practicality of that law, the institutions are now being shaped and formed. And so I see its full operation somewhere next academic year. Not immediately.
Anyway, lawyer Kwesi Kwarteng has joined us. before now was spokesperson for the Ken campaign, also now speaks for the MPP as well. Thank you as well. Which of the committees do you belong to? If I have to be mischievous this morning, I perused the committee listing, and I saw that among the listed individuals, your name. Yeah. Because I know that he's very close to DMB as well as the leadership of them.
Those are the kitchen cabinets. They don't need.
Okay, kitchen cabinet.
Why are you doing that? What was that? That's good. Why are you doing that?
You deserve it.
But why are you worried that he's a
You are helping Solo.
Prof, you deserve it. You deserve it.
Thank you.
I remember of the committee.
Gentlemen.
Gentlemen.
You are not a member of the cabinet. So he goes directly to the bedroom. He goes directly to the bedroom. This man stands at the gate. That's what he's saying. Okay. So how are you? How are you? Yeah, great.
They are using his voice for decoration purposes.
That's right.
Oh, it's not to divert attention from the main subject. But Kwesi, how are you?
I'm doing
great. What do you make of? I'm sure you also will have a mind or two about. I'm told that you've gone through the system. Not I'm told. You're a qualified lawyer as well and practitioner. I'm sure you've perused the act. I'm sure you had your own position or observations to make before it was passed into law. But based on your recent experiences, what are your observations?
All right.
If you want to make other commentaries, you are free to do so because they had their time. So.
Yeah, I think when I was coming, I was
asked you about the list. So.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll comment on the list. So let me start with the list. Roland,
yes,
you saw when I started with media. From the very
guy, Ministry of Education.
Yes, from the very humble beginning up till now. And in all humility and in all honesty, sometimes beyond the fact that I feel humbled, I also believe that my word has been overrated, especially when I saw those scores. Hey, Kwesi should be here, and people were even making claims that if I'm not on any of the committees, suggest some form of division or that. I don't think so.
I haven't said that.
No, I'm saying that those are suggestions that were being peddled around. But I'm saying that in all humility, it makes me more humbled. At least it shows that people recognize the little efforts that we do for our party and, of course, for the country at large. I strongly believe that it's not everybody that can be on a committee. A prof is not on a committee, but, as a member, de facto member of the kitchen cabinet, he does well in all spheres. So, for some of us, we'll continue to do what we are capable of doing best, and I think I want to leave it there. But Roland, whilst I was coming, I observed something that I want to bring to your attention, especially with the traffic situation, the traffic light per se.
Okay.
Your brother happens to be the deputy minister for.
Me, my brother.
No, this one. So I'm sure.
The Fugu guy.
Yeah, by virtue of mere proximity. Yeah. We'll lay the information to you. I think it's something that we need to check. Yes, the traffic light situation.
Which roads?
I came from Spintex, and I saw only one traffic. I used the Labadi road.
The Spintex people are complaining.
I used the Labadi road, and it appears the only traffic light working is the one at the military training school. The rest are all not working. Sometimes the police, they are overwhelmed, and sometimes they may get their discretions in terms of the direction of the traffic road. So it is something that I believe we may have to look at it and take it upon. Now, on the subject of...
No, but didn't the Greater Accra Regional Minister give a deadline when she was going to fix all of that?
Oh, but that woman...
That one is a bad news.
That one...
She's a bad news. But I said it on this platform when they interviewed her for only 6 minutes. You know the vetting? When they interviewed her for only 6 minutes, I said it was a bad news.
Yeah, and publicly...
And she has proved you right.
And publicly...
You are not a prophet.
Publicly, most of our public utterances, I feel, should also be measured. I think some of them suggest some form of divisiveness.
That's true.
And as a regional minister, I don't think it's proper.
That's true.
Especially if you look at the president's push, which is very reconciliatory and very calming.
To all appointees who are entrusted with
I believe you should take a look at those concerns.
Yeah, no, it's
Now, on the subject matter of the legal education, I tried to make some readings and even, first of all, find out the number of lawyers that we have in this country. I said from 1877.
Hey.
1877, even before, as a country, we started training lawyers. The Legal Education Act came into being around 1960.
And that was signed by Nkrumah, and from there we started training our lawyers. But before that, most of our lawyers used to go to UK to get trained. And up till now, from 1877 till now, we can boast of ourselves about 11,000 lawyers. Maximum should be between 11,000.
Trained?
Yes, trained lawyers that the country, that has been called to the Ghana bar.
Okay.
About 11,000. But currently in practice, we are looking at about 8,000 to 8,500 or 8,400.
Is it in practice or those who have been called to the bar?
Yeah, who have been called to the bar. But I mean,
because there are people called to the bar.
They may not necessarily even be practicing. Yeah. But you see, practicing may also necessarily not be going to court necessarily. People may be practicing in different fields, in corporate, in many, even in academia. So if you want to look at, for instance, the lawyer to citizen ratio, you just have to take the population and divide by the number of lawyers. And we are getting about 1:4,000, which is highly unacceptable as a country.
The one lawyer
is to 4,000
citizens. Will get to serve averagely based on
4,000 citizens.
4,000
citizens. Okay. One lawyer is. But of course, we also look at best practices in other jurisdictions like UK. UK is doing about 1:300. Yes, 300.
And we are doing
4,000. And US is doing about 1:250 to 300. So you could see that there is a clear problem or there is a clear gap. But of course, you see, if you look at it broadly, it's a problem of injustice. And beyond the problem of injustice, it sources from the fact that we've not been able to do much when it comes to access. You know, education has always been pivoted on three key main variables: access, quality, and relevance. Access, you give opportunity for people to get education. Of course, I mean, the subject matter is legal education, but broadly, it goes beyond that as a country in terms of our performance when it comes to access generally. If you look at even from the basic level, Nkrumah did the free compulsory basic university education. I think Kufuor also did his part with access when he also introduced this school feeding. President Kufuor, arguably, when it comes to access in education, I think he has done tremendously well than any other president ever in the history of this country by the free senior high school, because if you look at the numbers. But of course, now the conversation is access relative to legal education. You see, if you look at the 1960 Act, the Act 32, which established the General Legal Council, as at then, the University of Ghana was the only institution that was offering the law or the LLB program.
UG.
Yes, the University of Ghana. And interestingly, most of the senior lawyers, and in particular, most of Supreme Court judges who happens to even sit on the General Legal Council board, most of them literally did not even have to write entrance exams. They just...
You mean even now some of them...
All of them
went through that system?
All of them, because the entrance exam system just came recently, and it was just a CV mechanism. You see, when policy fails and state institutions fails, sometimes they try to propose a certain counter solution. But in real fact, it wasn't a solution. It was just a CV mechanism to cut the numbers. That was actually what they were doing, the General Legal Council. So you had an act that came into being in 1960 by Nkrumah. And at that time, the only institution that was there that was offering legal education was University of Ghana. It was subsequently later, around 2003, where KNUST even joined and also established the law faculty. And subsequently, GIMPA and co joined, now UPSA, and we have a myriad of them. Mount Crest, CAF, you can mention Central University, and now even most of them even have annexed campuses, even in Kumasi, Cape Coast, and Takoradi. So reasonably, we agree that now the LLB has expanded. The training at the faculty level has expanded. But of course, after they get their first degree in LLB, what is the next? That is where the bottleneck comes. So for me, I feel it has been a failure on the part of the General Legal Council. Not necessarily. I don't want to blame government or maybe blame politicians.
Anyway, you're not a lawyer, so you can't speak against
it.
So now you're speaking.
Yeah. So the General Legal Council is not a human being. When I say, Raymond, when I say,
my name is Roland.
Roland. When I say it's been a failure on the part of the General Legal Council, my point is that systemically, you know, the General Legal Council per Act 32 is supposed to regulate legal education. So yes, per the law, they may not be able to get this reform, but at least in terms of the advocacy, it should have started from them. But we've had past members of the General Legal Council, for somebody like Mr. Akufo, who said that we cannot produce mass lawyers. And of course, I mean, people also have this idea that quantity may not necessarily be quality, which I disagree. And I think it's an opportunity to also correct you. MPP, our position has never been that when there is quantity automatically means that there can be quality. The two of them are very asymmetrical.
That's what one of your MPs
Who said that?
What's the name of
for the South.
Just yesterday.
Who?
The South MP. Manchester South.
He said when there is quality.
He said that he's worried about the quality.
And what we have done. Compromise quality.
But he is connoting that to be that's the MPP's position. But that cannot be the MPP's
No, but that cannot be the MPP's
Your minority leader, a lawyer, yesterday was on this platform.
He
refused to run
But the
commission.
NPP has not also made a categorical statement as to their position. So your position
as officially,
as so you are also expressing an opinion
on behalf of the MPP.
Yes,
on behalf
because
of the
another MPP person has expressed an opinion. You say that
leading members of the
no, but you see, you can deduce also from our conduct when it comes to.
Please don't heckle.
When it comes to,
it's a long time I've interviewed.
We will not do that.
Please give him.
Maybe they like my presentation. That's why they are.
Please, these two people, Wednesday when you come, they'll be heckling you. So please, and then this gentleman also does that. I see him on Joe. Please go ahead.
Solo is my friend. So Solo, at least you end here. Yeah. So you see, significantly, I mean, for me, it doesn't matter which of the political device that I belong to. But when a government do something that is right, we need to acknowledge that. Of course, it may have its own challenges. When Akufo-Addo increased access at the senior higher school level, I'm sure anybody attributed to him. It has its own challenges. So it is not out of place for anybody to credit the NDC for this. But we have to situate it in a proper context. It is not as though successive governments has not done anything about increasing access, even when it comes to legal education. Record, there was a time where students wrote exams and only 128 passed. 128 were able to have admission up to
Ghana School of Law.
Ghana School of Law. Yes, 128.
Yeah.
Yes. And then they came to the 499 issue. But even as at last year, about 1,000 students graduated. So gradually and systemically, I mean, it's just like the free SSS issue, where our position was that it has to be very brute and very, very, very straightforward in terms of opening the access. But this people also felt it should be a bit gathered. I mean, it's just, one can liken to a reverse of it. But let me be very clear. I do not think anybody will not be interested in opening of access. But of course, I mean, I think the question has to be thrown that access has to marry quality before we have an impact on our socio-economic transformation and of course an impact on our criminal justice system. Other than that,
there are people who are not happy with
which people?
Opening access. Leading members of your
I'm for open access.
Yeah, so that's fine.
I'm for open access. I mean,
you don't think somebody will be against. There are people who are
so lawyer Kwesi for
open access. Yeah, let me before I land, let me give you a scenario.
For 8 years,
let me give you a scenario. A lot of us who sat in road, I have a friend whose name I shall leave. I have a friend whose name I shall leave and mention. Very sharp and intelligent student. She wrote the exams about 5-6 times.
Yes,
and up to now, people have even written the entrance exam about 8 times, and they've not been able to make it. But interestingly, the same person applies to join Gambia School of Law, or Nigeria, or any of these common law jurisdictions. They sit for the exams within 1 year, they pass, and they come and do post-score here, and graduate with the same student that they start with the exams that they couldn't pass.
But is the cost not high?
Come again?
Is the cost for going to...
Yes, so very expensive. So we are even helping Gambia to create money. So at the end of the day, you have students going to Gambia that are system rejected.
And a chunk of their lecturers are from the Ghana School of Law.
Yeah, a chunk of the lecturers,
yes.
are from the Ghana School of Law.
Those African Commonwealth universities.
Most of them, especially Gambia per se.
Yes. In fact, their law school is virtually run in a way by the Ghana School of Law.
And interestingly, they are unable to pass the bar entrance exams, the entrance exam, which is a certain mechanism in Ghana. They go to Gambia. The following year, all of a sudden, they become the best students, and the same Ghanaian system then takes them into the post-score. So we are just deceiving ourselves. This one requires a common sense approach. Common sense approach, remove the bottleneck. But at the same time, removing the bottleneck, you also have to make sure that you also do not compromise quality. I think for me, that should be the goal. No, I'm saying,
comment government. This one too is not too much.
I'm saying that. No, that was the premise.
Lawyer Kwating.
That was the premise of my argument. That when it comes to education, it has always been premised on 3 key variables: access, quality, and relevance.
This is grand. I commend them for actually living up to the expectations.
I was polite to you. I was polite to you when you were making your submission.
I'm just telling you to
polite to you when you were making your submission.
Give credit where credit is due. Submission so that we get there.
Obviously, you give credit to the government. You give credit to people like Popo Azar.
I'm saying ignore. Okay, gentlemen. So this is what happens when we do the interjections. We are not able to perhaps lift the inserts so that we can viral them, etc. So the big...
They don't want me to be captured.
So,
and that is a sabotage, systemic, very outrageous.
I think DMB's at is the one doing that for Ken. Please go ahead.
No, for the first time, it's this man. Solo and is a cola man.
Please go ahead.
Solo is a cola man. Solo is a... No, you see, the point I'm making is that, yes, you have to give acknowledgement where it is due. Obviously, tremendously, in terms of the promulgation of this act, it has been this government in terms of increasing the access. But I'm saying that it doesn't end there. Like you rightly stated, the act alone it could even be sitting just inside the cupboards, but the implementation is what is most crucial. But if we are commending you, then it is also important that other members who have even in terms of advocates, people like Koku Azar, Consumer and Co.
Yes.
When we're in power. Yes.
Also did.
Yes. Okay. In terms of all the meetings that he arranged for Kobiamo and Co., the law school, the law students to even meet the president. So it's not just an event. It's been a process. It's come from somewhere. The first batch of lawyers that we called into the Ghana bar was just nine lawyers. But just last year, how many did we call? About 1,000 of them. My time, we called 800 plus. So there should be a context to this that is being an evolving fight where each government has contributed, whether MPP or NDC. It just so happens that your president took the pen and signed it. And we will commend you, no problem with that. But if you want to broaden, I'm glad. Oh, you don't want me to get the insert. Why you don't want me to do it?
He just didn't take the pen and sign it. Indeed, in opposition, he promised.
You won't let me land.
I think that
you have to be
DMV and NDC people, they met. They are interjecting, please.
I don't know why you are interjecting my submission. You know me, I'm a nice person on Stop this. But I'm landing.
Okay.
I think broadly, when it comes to the conversation of access, I do not think any government has been better than the MPP, broadly. Especially when you are taking it into perspective, not necessarily legal education, but you are taking education broadly. Because Kufuor's intervention of school feeding really deepened access. Akufo-Addo's intervention of the free senior high school program, and of course the double track, which has been misconstrued by our friends, also increased access. I mean, yours, at best can be described as a narrow access, which you all appreciate. And maybe kudos. But when we also do well, also learn to also say kudos to all of us. Okay.
By way of policy, etc., what does it mean? I mean, I'm asking this also because you are an academician. You also had your stint outside as well. You schooled there, then you started work outside. And now you're also continuing here. And you delve into the political arena as well, but you also look at policy from that standpoint. What has been the problem?
Thank you very much. Before that, I must say something, do something small. I teach politics to a lot of students. But every day, I learn a lot of politics. And I must say, this is the first time I'm meeting this gentleman. When he even came here, I was trying, who was this, until you guys mentioned it. And I've learned a lot of politics from him. Oh. He has demonstrated so much political maturity.
I'm humble.
I saw him during the MPP primaries. Oh my God, he was vicious. He was mean. Oh yeah, he went there. He defended his candidate with everything he had. He threw everything he had to defend his candidate. And when the candidate lost, today he's sitting down here defending his party. Today he has demonstrated that he's a patriot. And I must also say one thing very clearly, your candidate, I am glad and proud that he has demonstrated that he's a patriot because he did not do an Alan. If he had done an Alan, it would have been worse. So by the fact that he didn't do an Alan and he will not do an Alan, he has told most of you that, and I'm saying that people, the students of politics, whether you are in NDC or in NPP, or whether you are in wherever you are, learn a lot of good things from Kwesi, Kweku, and learn from Pius Hajidi. I've met him too. They have told you that you can go out there in your own party, you can fight the good fight, you must fight for your candidate. But when the game is over, when the time is done, and you come back home, don't follow people and follow and encourage them to do an Alan. Solo and go and do an Alan. Don't do that. Thank you very much, you, and I'm sure that we should learn that that is noble, that is patriotic, and that's good politics. Oh, now that
we don't want to have this.
Then look, this morning, let me say, Professor Peter Tudiwe Atudipare. He's the dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Ghana. He's also the chief of, he's a Kasana guy, forget about him.
Atupari.
Yeah, Atupari. Forget about he's the chief. He's the dean, forget about those Kasanas and Gonjas, they are the same. Forget about them.
Atupari.
Today, thank you very much. This law that they've just passed, he's one of the people that are laughing, that are smiling.
He's one of the key advocates?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's I'm just saying that considering whom he is as the dean of the school, this gives them a very good opportunity to cannibalize legal education in Ghana. I see a full-scale cannibalization coming down the school because the standards that are going to be set are going to be so high. Few universities or few are likely going to be able to meet them. So what is going to happen to establish giants like University of Ghana Law School? So that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that cannibalization there. And look, they are building a huge law school on campus. I think outside of
really. UG?
Yeah, UG. They are building a law school. We are trying to lobby that when they move, they should give their current place to the School of Political Department of Political Science. That I don't know. I'll still do the lobbying. But yes, look, Roland. If you now go back, let's see some of the things that the lawyers have talked about.
He keeps interjecting. He did it to me, and he's doing it to Prof.
If you look at some of the history, I remember SS products. When SS came and was trying to replace O-level, A-level, we had this question of quality over quantity.
I also had it too. I was caught in between.
So where did you find
some of my mates went to the old system, and then I remained.
Yes, this question came up. It was vicious. Even now, we were the last batch of people to write the UE University Entrance Exam.
Yes.
They didn't believe that. We are mates.
I wrote it too.
Yes. And we finally went. And we even went to level. We started level 100. I remember we started level 100, level 200. A-levels will come and join us. Until finally the universities came and said it's not, we threw it away. So we've been there. Then came SS. When free HSS came, that was also one of the arguments. Quality over quantity. We've always made this argument whenever accesses. There's a reason why. Whatever you're doing, there are gatekeepers. You can have policy gatekeepers. You can have vested interest gatekeepers. And whenever you are trying to flunk this gate open, they have an interest to protect. Whenever you are trying to whenever you are trying to expand access and opportunity, you always have this. I'm glad that almost all the time our policymakers stood on the right side of things. I'm happy that at the end of the day, our policymakers always decided that no, better access. And that's what I'm saying, that one of the good things that this new government has done when they came into power is to say that, yes, we are leaving FHS as it is. We know their problems. We know their issues. We will invest to correct them. We know their infrastructure, we will try to correct them. We know that the two tenure track system has called it's a problem, we'll try to correct it. But they left it whole like that because it also resonates with their ideological and philosophical bona fides. So they left like that. And that also contributes to part of the growing sense of policy continuation in our body politics. People think that when they change everything. No, most of these things get to stay. So I'm happy. So coming out to this law, these things, as I said, I'm seeing a similar thing happening. That look, going forward, it's going to be, now the questions then becomes, what do these small, or let me say private universities do? Because those that are going to set the standards. Yes, those that are going to set the standards, I don't think they are going to joke, especially considering that there are these genuine fears among the old school of lawyers who think that mass production might endanger quality. So the standards they are going to set, especially about your faculty, about the number of permanent faculty you have. Luckily, they are going to say maybe 80% must have terminal degrees in law. That immediately restricts. They are going to say the resources you need. So on the one hand, traditional universities will be fine, generally. The traditional universities are going to be fine because they have the resources within them to immediately solve most of these problems. The problem is this, let me say, relatively small universities in between. They are those that are going to begin to have. So if I have advice for somebody who is considering doing a PhD, I'm saying do it in law. Go and do a PhD in law because I can see that aspect in the recruitment of faculty to teach law increasing drastically because almost all the demand for it is going to be. So if you are still contemplating, where should I do my PhD? That is an area that's open because almost all the private universities will need more hands, more people with terminal degrees there. Almost all the people who are doing this too. So at the end of the day, that is another opportunity there for the production of lawyers and these things. I want to see more, and I was scandalized by the statistics you gave, 1 to 4,000 or so. Yeah, I think that almost every district assembly should have 1 or 2 lawyers that are there permanently working. Because
look, their act provides for same.
Okay.
What okay, all of you, what would that do? Let's say we have not necessarily those who are practicing, but they have the knowledge of the law because they've been called to the bar. So what would that do for a public servant who is in the assembly?
No, they control a lot of resources. They are supposed to be those that are the developmental agents there. And some of them go into contracts and go into other projects that you later on, you see laughable. Look, the microscope we put on public officials at the national level, if we put a similar one at the local level, we'll be scandalized. So I believe that their presence there to help them navigate simple small contracts, simple small projects, and the things they do, the simple procurements and other things, it will help bring what? Better, should I say, value for money. So we need to do more of those. And even if you're looking at just lawyers that are practicing, if you are in Chumo, you have a problem now, you need a lawyer, you have to travel all the way to Wa. We have to call a lawyer in Watrek or Mboga to come. Yes, because there's no lawyer currently living and working in Chumo. So you have to get them from either Wa to Bolga come. Imagine, immediately you are talking about transportation costs, accommodation costs, and all those things. So yes, that we want to have more lawyers that are helping people. And also, if we have more lawyers, I believe that some of the things that happen, especially medical malpractice and all those things, they may reduce, because then if you have so many lawyers, they may do what in America they call ambulance chases. If you have a lot of ambulance chases, then you're going to have a lot of hospitals that are being more careful for fear of litigation and all that.
The issue about the access to lawyers, especially in the northern region, basically is rooted in our culture. It's not as if we don't have so many lawyers coming from the north. But the issue is that the cultural setting is such that it encourages dispute resolution outside the courts.
Actually, I didn't just say northern region. I said
it is not even
district
lucrative
assemblies
for lawyers to work.
No, I said
it is not that lucrative for lawyers to work.
I agree, but I said district assemblies, not only northern. I said the local district and municipal assemblies.
LLB holders can be trained effectively to play those key roles as far as the local government.
I agree with you.
They really don't need to be professional lawyers to be able to play those.
But either way, we need a certain amount of that legal education.
Yeah, maybe a legal head or something. Head of legal.
Okay. But ideally, it should have been the work of lawyers. It is when, in the absence of lawyers, that probably you may be looking at the other people coming in.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the setting, we can have someone in charge of the legal department
but your own
to go through their contracts for them. That one can be done. But in terms of the supporting staff, you need LLB students to do it. It's a learning curve for them.
People are yearning to learn and learn law to become lawyers. Let me first of all also thank those advocates, the Law Student Association. You know, this whole law reform or legal reform has its roots in what happened between 2017 to 2019. As a matter of fact, 2017, about 17.5% of those that sat for the exam only passed. Then the number reduced to 12.5% in 2018. And then in 2019, it reduced further to 7%, which was the 128 out of the 1,820 students that sat for the exam. So it became a worrying situation. Then the Student Association embarked on demonstrations. They, in fact, petitioned Parliament. And then Parliament, as a matter of fact, set up a committee. That is why I was very surprised and scandalized to learn from Ejay Bafo and the minority leader yesterday, who took a middle ground or a position that sought to go against the legal reform.
But he's entitled to that opinion.
No, but because the party's position...
We have Kwesi here giving...
No, Kwesi's position is rather consistent with what they had, the view that they have held in the past. Because remember, in 2019, Parliament actually set up a committee that was chaired by Ben Abdallah Banda also. Yeah. And their conclusion was clear, that they needed to have a legal reform. The Ghana Law Legal Council or whatever, GLC. Did not have, it was not in a position to provide the sort of access that they were looking for. And so if this administration has carried through that report, they deserve commendation. We also have to thank all those students that petitioned, that demonstrated to ensure that we had this day. But my personal view. This is my view about this whole legal education. I think at a point in time, it will burst. We will go back to the original status quo.
Why?
This interest in law education, the media, has played a crucial role.
We are the problem.
You have actually directed minds into the legal education. I think you deserve commendation on that score. Because you see, prior to 2013, how many people were yearning to be lawyers in this country?
Well, what happened?
It was the Supreme Court petition that people started posing questions very well. This word go very well. Better and further particulars. I put it to you here and there live. All of a sudden, the market women all started speaking law.
There was this famous lawyer who...
No,
there was this one who appeared, and then...
Amicus Curiae.
Is it Amicus
Amekuji?
Amekuji, yeah. It's called Amekuji. He's in sets. I mean, before the current age of TikTok, was the one that was flying on Facebook.
Yes.
It's gotten missing in the middle.
Yeah. So you played a crucial role. That live coverage actually arose a lot of people's interest in the legal education. So you remember from right after 2013, the numbers started shooting up. Because prior to 2012, they were not writing entrance exam to the Ghana Law School. School of Law, yes. But after that, the interest shot up. And it reminds me of when we introduced MBA first in this country. A lot of people, everybody in this country.
We all bought it.
I question a lot of them.
You did? Yeah.
You bought, right?
UGBS.
So people that have not done business before, and I was asking that fundamental question then. What business have you entered into or done that you want to master in?
Master business
administration. You are already not employed.
Do you know how much lawyers receive monthly?
Is it?
Do you know how much lawyers receive monthly?
We'll come to that.
We'll come to that.
I'm coming there.
Just adding to your
No, but the point is that, you know, my partner is Apia Dangwa. And so I have a fair knowledge about the legal profession.
You're not rich.
And I can tell you...
Please, you can't expose...
I can't expose... No. I'm only telling you that I have a fair idea as to what they go to. In fact, a lot of people enter into the legal profession only to be disappointed.
I don't understand.
I'm telling you, the expectations with which they go into the profession, while they begin practice, because you see, society also comes with a lot of challenges from society, expectations. Your family members think once you are a lawyer now, the entire country's money is in your pocket. Society, every, a harvest occasion, you receive envelopes here and there. So I don't envy them at all. But the reality of the day is that any economy that is not doing well, it affects the service sector. It only takes someone who is happy himself to be engaging lawyers by heart.
So wait, so you're saying that a thriving economy would then have a ripple effect on you being a lawyer?
Your business is not doing well. Why would you go engage a lawyer in your agreement when you know that very well you must engage a lawyer? But in such occasions, the person wants to do the agreement with the other counterpart because of the fact that when a lawyer comes in, there will be money. It explains. You know, recently, the current Chief Justice said that someone went to court and stole a phone, a lawyer. Remember that case? In Tema. Yeah, the case that the lawyer took the phone away.
What's your
Did
point?
I say it?
What's your point?
The point is that the guy...
But as for stealing, everybody can steal.
No, it's the lawyer matter that we are discussing.
Not everybody can steal.
The lawyer, he made him
Not
steal.
everyone can steal. That's not.
What's your point?
So the point
Are you saying that as a country, turning out the human resource of
No, but
state,
this education is important.
we've lost the plot?
You see, we need to redirect our minds. Having lawyers is good. I don't have a problem with that. What I want to happen is for the country to redirect our energies. We are a developing economy. We need more. In fact, if you take the entire country called Ghana, we have only about 5 practicing actuarial scientists. Whoever will tell you that there are no opportunities in this country is lying to you. We need software engineers. In fact, if you go to the oil and gas sector, they need more than 10,000 qualified. When you say qualified, ISO certified welders on the various FPMOs. But
because it's not normal wedding in Medina.
No. Our welders here do not have the capacity to weld even rubbers and stuff. It's trained outside. What are we doing as a country? Fiberglass, that's what I wanted to say. So as media personalities, in the same way you were able to arouse the interest of people in the law profession, we must also begin to target sectors like the welding, like the painting, and so on and so forth, so that it can complement these lawyers. Because if these people are not doing well, the law profession will suffer. the law profession will suffer.
Is it her fault? What the politicians say, lawyer, this. Kwesi just came.
No, give us supplementary time on this whole subject.
Yes.
We will talk
Kwesi just came and I introduced her as lawyer Kwesi Kwati. Is it the politician who are...
And even their own profession tells them that they are not supposed to advertise their title. Now everywhere, lawyer this, what is that?
But he's like lawyer.
What is that?
So,
now coming back...
What is happening is not advertisement.
Yeah, it's advertisement.
No, just called it's not advertisement.
Yeah.
It's not advertisement.
You say you are a lawyer, it's not advertisement.
No, it's not.
Now when we go back into then, the report that culminated in the NDC also promising that when they come, they will make access easy. You know, in that report, one of the reasons the Ghana Law School and the Independent Examination Council cited for mass failures had to do with the fact that a lot of the people that wrote the exams had poor grammar, that was number 1. 2, deviated from examination questions. 3, they had poor learning and teaching environment. These are the 3 issues that the Ghana Law, what's the name, GLC, Ghana Legal Council cited.
It was an excuse.
I'm coming, I mean, that is captured as an official position. Now, if that is anything to go by, how sure are we that with the current arrangement, the environment will have that the right set of teachers and also the proper learning environment? I'm saying this because, you see, in our country, the BEC people are writing exams. Is that not the case? Even at the basic level, cheating has become the order of the day. A young girl or boy who is starting life, and we are introducing that person into cheating. So that these people go to examination halls and then go with all sort of foreign materials to want to pass exam without, not based on their own strength, but rather being aided. It gets worse at the secondary school level. Remember in the past years where students were even fighting with their invigilators that it was so that my issue is when it gets to these various campuses, how well can we trust these lecturers? Zato, you are not included, but you come to the other matter, not that I've forgotten. How well can I trust you people not to be doing what we call, recently President Mama said, search for job, not search for marks. We must be very, very careful that some lecturers do not, as it were, box all of us into one corner, so that in our attempt to solve a fundamental problem, then we transfer that problem to the various campuses where we will be shortchanged as a country. Now I'll come back to you, Zatu.
Oh, how many minutes does
so you are now, thank you, President.
Because I said Ken shouldn't do an Alan, you are coming to say what?
No, to be fair.
Why, you want Ken to do an Alan? Okay.
I was sitting somewhere quietly. Where I'm not fired,
stone, and there you are there.
This business of Alan and the fact that Kwesi Kwarteng campaigned vigorously for the campaign of Japan and selling the MPP.
Is that why he's not on the list?
What? Already they have taken him from the list. Already. I can tell you without any shred of if Kwesi will take it lightly, he will take it lightly. But I can tell you that the decision not to include Kwesi Kwarteng in the committee was as a result of his association with Japan.
Please, I'm not behind you.
You understand? No, I didn't even know that he was coming here today. And I'm happy the angle you brought.
Small thing I said that Ken should not do an Alan.
No.
You are saying what?
Can you deny?
But must I be on the list?
Again.
No, I'm asking you.
Kwesi Kwarteng was not because look, the people who have been put on the committees, it's not because Kwesi Kwarteng is sitting here that I'm praising him. But I was very surprised
when he was
to see the list without him.
He's patronizing me.
No, not patronizing. I should rather be happy because I saw the list and I was so happy that these people, the idea of the MPP getting less than 20%.
Small thing I just said about
now, Alan has been in the MPP, was in the MPP, contested on a number of occasions.
Lost massively,
as you are putting it. But he was in the MPP.
What's your point?
The point is that
the argument that he always makes, fed him, whether it's the rest, is that irrespective of whatever the matter is, if you want to criticize the Akufo-Addo-led government, by extension, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, for the larger parts or stay in government or head of executive, Alan was part.
It doesn't even know his own history.
Thank you.
So the collateral damage should be
not first of all. If there is,
that's his argument. From our observation.
But you know the Methodist Church came out of the Roman Catholic Church. So are you now going to complain about the Methodist Church?
I don't understand. What kind of analogy is that?
Methodist Church. they came out of the Roman Catholic Church. Is that not the case? Is the Methodist Church doing well?
Yes.
The Pentecostal churches or the Church of Pentecost, they came out of the Apostolic Church. Is that not the case? Is the Church of Pentecost doing well? All of them came out of these churches because there were some things that were happening that they never liked. They preached against it, that stopped these things. They refused and they said, yes, then we go away. Now they are all doing well. It does not
so
mean...
you want to be the Martin Luther?
No, but Martin Luther. I don't ever since we left their party, is their party no comatose?
We need you back.
Their party is collapsed.
We need you back.
No, we have a political party. If by the way, there is a by-election brewing in his hometown. I want to ask...
Where's his hometown?
But they have arrested them.
Oh, but mere arrest cannot be a basis.
No, but it will get there. There is not the same thing that MPPs do.
We are praying for him.
Okay,
That's why we're
okay, Frepo. But you remember the other one,
Please,
end it here.
Please do a combo for me. Whatever rebuttal you want to, or maybe heading forward, what can we do? Because he seems to raise a key issue about where we're heading, the human resource. We need more technical, scientific, etc. And we seem to be going astray.
I don't think that.
And then you address the xenophobia.
Yes.
Thing.
I don't think that Roland, I don't think that we are going astray in the sense that, you see, when you go to our universities, we have so many other professionals or potential professionals as far as the other respective fields are concerned, either from the agriculture sector to engineering and to medicine. I think what the focus should be is investments in those sectors by central government. And I can assure you, if you look at the numbers that troop in to read medicine, the numbers that troop in to read engineering, you'll be amazed to find out that indeed those numbers are actually encouraging more than even those who want to read law. But the problem is that what are some of the incentives that are available to many of these respective professions? And what are some of the interventions on the part of government and also school administrators when it comes to enhancing continuous relevance of many of these sectors? For me, that is where the focus should be, because I attend the University of Ghana. Yes, political science lectures are always the ones that have the numbers. They're always full as compared with engineering and medicine. But the truth, however, is that we still have a substantial number of people doing these courses. Let us see how we can support these departments to function. If you do engineering, you come out, and there's no job for you to do, that's a problem.
Xenophobia.
Yes, and now to the issue of xenophobia. I know my brother and I will disagree on the subject matter, but it is good that government has intervened in the way that they have. Those who are Ghanaians living in South Africa and they want to be brought back home, why not? Beautiful intervention. But I think that as a country that is championing the African brand, Ghana must go beyond just intervening to bring back our citizens. As far as the attacks are concerned, we must engage constructively to ensure that other African nationals are not affected when it comes to issues of xenophobia in South Africa. So for me, the evacuation is just one step, which ought not to obliterate other interventions that are critical when it comes to protecting the African brand. Because I will continue to argue that the challenges in South Africa are peculiar. Their experiences with colonialism cannot be said to be the same when it comes to Ghana's experience with colonialism. Theirs are far-reaching. Theirs still continue to endure because of the nature of their society and the fact that even with the white population, they have become important stakeholders as far as the identity of South Africa is concerned and even ownership of resources within that enclave called South Africa. So it is critical for Ghana to understand that Ghana is not just leading its citizens. When it comes to the African continent, Ghana in itself is a leader by virtue of our historical evolution and the role Dr. Kwame Nkrumah played, and most importantly, the trajectory President John Dramani Mahama is taking the entirety of Africa when it comes to the global stage. So it is not enough for us to bring people home. And I was glad when I listened to the minister responsible for foreign affairs, who indicated that this is not just a Ghanaian problem. It is an African challenge that many of us who are concerned about the African project must be interested in finding lasting solution to. Because South Africa cannot continue this way. South Africa cannot continue this way. And there must be a mechanism in place to even bring their political office holders to account for many of these excesses when it comes to their citizens, rather than just simply criticizing and going back to business as usual. This is not the first time it has happened, and I can guarantee that this will not be the last. So, Roland, it is commendable. Government is doing the right intervention as far as evacuating people, our citizens from South Africa is concerned. But beyond the evacuation, there are many of our citizens who are still out there. There are many of our citizens who are unwilling to come home because of the economic situations. Not just in Ghana, but maybe because of the fact that they are gainfully employed in South Africa. What measures should be done to ensure that we protect them out there? The only way is for us to deal with South Africa as an African project, so that at least many other African countries can bring pressure to bear on them.
That's my thing, right?
No,
Okay,
it's
so-
not your turn. You came last. I was only reviewing the list.
You want to say it's
The list.
Yes, I just want something on a lighter note. With the new legal reform thing, I'm so surprised that they've kept the ridiculous wigs on. I mean, the colonial relics of the wigs. Now, I hear that new lawyers prefer those wigs to...
You
all
train
the
in
rest.
Canada. I think
Yes, I mean, the United States, I'm saying, why are we still keeping those colonial? Because somebody said the law is actually reform how the colonialists set up the legal system. So if you are doing that, why don't you throw in the wigs? Why didn't they add your wig? They allow you to still keep those ridiculous wigs. Anyway,
Some of the judges are very accommodating.
Yeah, I know. That's on the light note.
Xenophobia.
Look, when it comes to the last I was on the show with Hamza and the Suman, I agree with what he said. It is you can just look at what is happening in South Africa as just a criminal case, a criminal issue.
Really?
You can just do that, but to do that is not fair. To do that is not looking at it in a rather comprehensive manner. South Africa has serious, deeply rooted issues and problems. And that is why you realize that almost every African president is not trying to throw them under the bus because they kind of try to understand them from a different perspective. Hamza made a point last week when we were on the show that the colonialism that happened in South Africa was different from what happened in the rest of Africa. This actually went into them, it went to their circuit. They tried to redefine and remake whom they were to be South Africans. And it is still, they're still struggling with it. I had a professor of sociology.
An identity crisis.
Yes, exactly. I had a professor of sociology at Legon trying to explain that to us. I said, look, what the colonialists in South Africa was to target the men. Because if you target the women, it's relatively easier. They targeted the men. Help them, make them question whom they are, their identity, their reality, and everything, and make them virtually inferior. So when you are coming from such places, it's difficult. In Ghana, they didn't tie them, they were just interested in resource exploitation, and they left us to be. So I agree with that, and I'm happy, and I must say this, I've not said this a lot, that the approach taken by the Minister of Foreign Affairs seems to be a double-edged thing he's doing. He said, look, on the one hand, if you want to come, we'll help to bring you come. But he's also the man who has raised the issue with AU, right? He's the other one that's making African projects. So I think we need to do that because it cannot be a Ghanaian problem. People are saying just come back. No. There are people who have businesses in South Africa. They've invested there. Their money is there.
Actually, the High Commissioner said there was one instance where a Ghanaian business operator was approached by these people and they collected his keys and then handed over the keys to the locals that he had employed and was paying.
Yes. Wow. So people have businesses, and those businesses, and that's what we don't know, some of those businesses are benefiting us here in Ghana. You don't know how much somebody is working in South Africa. And we are not just talking about ordinary jobs. So people have real businesses, and people have houses, people have investment there. And you don't know how much those investments are also helping back our economy. So it's not just a matter of get up and take your 24th. You know, I say 24th Kokurum. Take that your polythene back and just come back to Ghana. People cannot just do their lives are rooted in. I like the fact that we're also going to Africa. Let's also raise it with the UN and let's try to fight. Because at the end of the day, the Africa we are talking about cannot happen without South Africa. And we need to do it. It's only there that you see Africans on African. We don't see that. In fact, those of us who've lived outside this, and there's a natural solidarity between African people wherever they meet outside this, outside Ghana, or outside Africa. So yes, it's difficult. But this is a time we need real men to stand up. This is a time we need the politicians in South Africa who have so far failed their people woefully to stand up and say, what do we want to remember for going forward? The Mandela era is past. The party is gone. The fanfare is gone. The reality has begun.
Yeah, I want to start from the point that Solo raised. about shifting our focus. Well, I think the two can be done together. We can still expand access for lawyers to be trained, and of course, that will have an impact on our justice system broadly. But at the same time, we should also not miss the fact of the reality, especially within the 21st century, what education demands. Remember, I spoke that education should have an impact on the socio-economic transformation. So, for instance, if you look at a country like South Korea, with a population of 52 million, they are training about 148,000 engineers every year. In Ghana, with a population of 35 million, we are training around 6,000. So South Korea is doing like 23 times more in terms of graduating engineers alone. So if you're a company like Samsung, or if you're a company like Apple, and you want to set up a manufacturing plant, between South Korea and Ghana, where will you choose? Rationally and reasonably, economically, you choose South Korea.
But the numbers also have impact on quality.
Yes, it has an impact. Yes, and at the end of the day, in terms of production cost, they believe that they have labor, they will probably get cheap labor. And so when they are siting their plant, they will go to South Korea and create more jobs there. So within the 21st century, where education has been shifted, at least we should also focus on the science, technology, engineering, math. Especially if you look at the SHS level, those transitioning about just 12% of people doing science. So we have to also take cognizance of that fact. And on South Africa, you see, their situation is sad. I mean, yes, a lot of times migrants are scapegoated. But in real sense, if you understand their problem, it goes beyond even just the xenophobic attacks. Interestingly, if you look at the South African police report that they released 2023-2024, in South Africa, and let me just get the figure rightly for you, the number of murders that are committed annually is 27,000. Murders, the reported incidents, 27,000 annually. So in South Africa, every day, there are about 75 to 76 murders in South Africa every day.
Among from
not deaths. So you are in a war, but murders.
Crime rate is very high.
It's that sad. In South Africa, after we lost the election, I was in Cape Town. I was in South Africa.
You don't want to hear about my own personal experiences in South Africa. It's terrible.
It's terrible. Me too, my experience is terrible.
No.
So sometimes,
South Africa.
Yes.
South Africa, yes. So sometimes when we are talking about, I see people going to South Africa. I mean, I ask why, on what basis?
To go there.
But you see, I mean, migration issues is influenced by a lot of factors. Unemployment, homes, and even unemployment there. The situation in South Africa probably is like situations all over most of the African jurisdictions. Issues about unemployment and what have you. But the sudden situation in South Africa is that most of the politicians has rather exploited those sentiments
to get votes.
To get votes. So that every time they tell you that, ANC people has failed to sack the migrants and they are taking over all your jobs. But if you look at the population of migrants in South Africa, they are less than 3%. And interestingly, you compare to even the white community, which is about 7%, which control 90% of South African wealth. They don't have any problem with the white community. But, okay, I'm not, it's fine.
No, conclude.
Yeah. So the point is that there is a problem of unemployment, problem that people exploit public sentiment. But ultimately, until we help South Africa to address that problem, it will be a recycling problem like the problem of floods that we have in this country, that every year we'll be sitting here, be talking about floods. So until the fundamental issues
you have been fighting this for 2 years now.
Yes.
Or 2 weeks.
Yes, and I disagree with my brothers. You see, diplomacy, they are diplomatic. I still maintain my point.
What's your point?
That we need to do tit-a-tit with them. You see, it will sound radical, but that is the only way out. The very factors my brothers alluded to, my brother Hamza, my brother Zato, and Kwesi alluded to, that they have a problem psychologically. We also have a problem psychologically. We went through the same thing. You see, that is where you are getting it wrong.
Because it's still,
if you take Ghana,
it's still here today. That's why everybody wants to work in the public service.
For a country to have a problem,
they don't maintain public.
Exactly. Yeah. In fact, our situation is
worse off. Colonialism.
You have been in South Africa. You have been there before. You have been there. I've been there before. In fact,
I've never been there.
You have been there. I was attacked in South Africa. I was nearly killed there. And I'm saying that the way manner you people are easily saying, "Oh, it's a psychological," it's not that. Leadership is everything. If your leaders are themselves involved in a
That's why I said
manner.
they should hold the leadership accountable.
So that's what I'm saying, that if the leaders, the business that you said, someone's business was taken for a worker,
That's what they are.
that crusade is being led by a mayor. A mayor who ought to know, he knows.
As part of his
exactly.
political messaging.
That is it. Because see, this year is an election year. They are about to start their local elections. Now, in Ghana, you've been visiting our various churches. You know why when you go to various churches, the pastor is able to tell the congregants, oh, go and chew grass, and they go and do it. Because they have so much confidence in the pastor. The government of Ghana can also do the same thing. Begin to concentrate the minds of people down there that, hey, begin to attack foreigners, and they will do. Why are the downtrodden not doing that? Because there is a responsible government in place. The ANC, the EFF, the Encounter with Sizwe, they are misbehaving in South Africa. They are the ones behind all this. And they have failed the country. Have failed woefully. And it is not going to stop. This thing started as far back as 1994. Every time we do this diplomacy, now it's getting out of hand.
So what should we do?
What we have to do is
them boot for boot.
Boot for boot. Now you are bringing 300, so you must come and look for 300 and replace them immediately.
That will not solve it.
You have
but
not.
they are MTN, they are all contributing to the
But you just told me that Ghanaian businessman's keys have been taken. So you want that Ghanaian businessman to come and chew grass here?
So you sack MTN and do what?
We go in there. We also take. You
know
see?
what happened to our economy?
Oh, but you do know what is already happening.
You
to
are
our
being
economy.
emotional about the issue.
No, it's not emotional. You see, let me tell you something. This is what the problem is. This is what your attitude there is where the problem
So
is.
they should see that their reaction is adversarial.
Look, we have not been punitive enough to them. They do it and get away with it. As you speak, the South African High Commissioner in Ghana, he's not saying anything to us. We have more than 3,000. The last I checked, it's even 5,000 plus by the minister on record, because I know a lot of them illegally. Some of them are doing a show on the Osu Street. That I know.
How do you know? Why you bad? How do you know?
How you know?
How do you know?
That's kind of migrate.
How do you know?
How do you know?
How do you know? How do you know? You did say so much. So you are there.
No, this one you have given yourself.
No.
How do you know?
How do you know they are South African?
So you ask me.
Yes.
And I answer you.
Okay, my time is up. My time is up. Solomon Owusu cited a South African.
You out there doing census about South Africa
on Osu Street. Oxford.
Yes. Oxford Street.
How do you know, my brother?
No,
But generally,
He commissioned the research.
generally South Africans don't migrate because their economy relatively.
They do.
I think they are the biggest economy in Africa.
Their currency is very weak. Ours is even stronger.
They do come. So what I'm saying is,
He commissioned the research.
Yeah, you know what this is.
no, you have to commission.
All your findings. All your findings.
Oh,
All right, so thank you. Solomon, good to have you as well. Lawyer Hamza, thank you.
Oliver Street.
Lawyer Pati.
Yes,
Lawyer Pati, thank you.
He commissioned the research. Why?
Lawyer Pati, I'm surprised you're not on the list still. I mean, it's mind-boggling. Is that not?
Why are you surprised?
It's baffling. And then
You shouldn't be.
Shadow.
Because he's anti-Baumia.
Okay, so
I'm not anti-Baumia.
you know Aaron is entry, right?
Yeah.
Alan Pine.
I'm afraid.
So Alan Pine says a message and says that please ask Solomon Owusu, when is the United Party organizing their national executive election? Or it has been willed to Solo forever.
Do it.
But he himself, is he part of
It's
the
a rhetoric. Yeah?
But is he part of the MPP? But they didn't give me anything.
Oh, but everyone who can get
Oh, he's a young man.
By the equally younger ones, he is not aligned to Baumia's ideas. That's why he was silent.
Hey, Alan Pine. Money need money.
So they didn't make
money.
Stop this.
Money. Good morning to you. And then
you have not been made a member
of the Asogli State. I see your messages as well. Prince Nani York lives in the UK. So Solomon is saying that we take MTN and give it to Telecel Simple. It's not as simple as that. ASP Gruzninski is watching us from Tapa. He is the police boss in Tapa. ASP Gruzninski. He says that quite an educative program and what you're discussing is very important. Brenda, I hear you. Let me just read one or two and then we'll go. Guy G Cantonment says that whether having more lawyers in Ghana is beneficial is beneficial. It's a subject of intense debate, balancing the need for better access to justice against the national development need for technical development. Proponents argue for increased numbers to fill a low lawyer to citizen ratio, roughly the numbers that have been put out. Guy J. Cantonment Accra. And all of you, thank you very much for...
My regards to
Guy J. Okay. Aaron says you for come off for there.
Aaron, they are talking for the party. You shouldn't come here and run his mouth. They were giving small appointment. You couldn't get some.
Now let's do Alan. You say you are there saying
okay.
Everybody should do Alan.
You are part of the kitchen cabinet.
Thank you for coming, dog.
Thank you. And then kitchen cabinet.
And then
you did not start.
Thank you for coming as well. Big issue is sponsored by the University of Gold Coast. Now they are telling you whether you're aiming for that specialist MBA in marketing, communications, operations, supply chain, HR, finance, entrepreneurship, theology, etc., business intelligence, analytics, you know, all these things about AI, or you're into the business field, you want to have a dual MBA or chartered manager program, the University of Gold Coast should be your choice. They are having admissions currently. Get onto their portal, their social media handles, and make sure that you get in touch with them and then apply. All right, they're flexible. If you're working, they have a steady, convenient schedule for you. You can even pay your fees in installments. Get in touch with them today on the number 026. The number 026-388-8555. All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, we'll bring you the latest sports headlines.
You're welcome back, and this is TV3 Newday. It's time now for sports, and Mutala is here to give us the 411 on that. Hiya. How you doing? You look very sharp. I'm loving your look.
I mean, first time being on air with you.
With me, exactly. But it's good, right? How does it feel?
Oh, great.
Allow cash out.
Yeah. You're somebody that I've known from afar.
Oh, you have, huh?
Right from school, GIG days.
Wow.
I've known you all this time.
Oh, I see.
You come to give lectures sometimes and all that. So
it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice
finally.
To meet you. Finally.
I'm honored. I've known you as well. You know, your girlfriends and all that. You know, all the fun.
Well, let's get to sports.
That one day you're running away.
Let's get. I'm here
but
for
you
sports.
said you know me, so I'm telling you.
And I said I'm here for sports. So let's just do sports.
Oh, it's also a marathon. It's fine. Don't worry.
Of course.
But anyway, let's get into a conversation now. And of course, the Africa Athletics competition
Senior
is happening.
Africa Athletics Championship happening at the University of Ghana Stadium. We had the opening ceremony, beautiful one on Monday.
Yes.
Yesterday was actually day one. Just despite a few glitches here and there, we are hoping that subsequent days we'll see the tournament move smoothly. But we had Ghanaians racing as well, a lot of them qualifying. And today is expected to be very, very tight as well.
Okay.
And fortunately for us, we have our man Bill Eshen, who has been stationed at the University of Ghana Stadium. Bill, if you can hear me, I mean, day one saw the likes of Joseph Paul Amoa Gadayi all race. What other thing can you tell us?
Yes, as you rightly mentioned, Joseph Paul Amoa, Edwin Gadayi, and also Abdul Rashid Samilu all secured a place in the 100 meters semi-finals. There was also Mahmoudou Baba, who happens to be Ghana's 400-meter record holder. He also secured his place in the next round of the 400 meters competition. There was also Yvonne Britton. Something about her, she used to actually hurdle for the USA. She was born in the USA, was a hurdler for the USA at the youth level, but switched to Ghana in 2024. She came to Ghanaian soil for the first time for this competition, and she managed to book a place in the final showdown in the 100-meter hurdles. There was also Toby Amusan, who is one of the favorites in the competition, one of the faces of the competition in total. She also booked a place in the final quite comfortably as well. And in terms of Ghanaian participation in total, it was really mixed. There were some SHS athletes on the female side who did compete and unfortunately did not make it to the next round. But there are some things to look forward to, especially with the male athlete, with the more experienced ones that we've seen qualify to the main showdowns.
We still believe that it's an opportunity for these young girls to grow and become future stars. But day two, I've already seen the schedule and it's very tight. So what do we need to know?
Yeah, very, very tight schedule. A lot to happen in day two because they didn't finish exactly what they wanted to do in day one. There was supposed to be 100-meter semi-finals yesterday, but that wasn't done because of timing. So it's all going to be packed into day two. What we do know is that, I mean, just a few moments ago, there was 100-meter hurdles in the decathlon. There will be some more events in the decathlon for the morning session. In the afternoon session, that's where it's at. The 100 meters, there should be 800 meters as well. There should be 400 meters as well. So a lot of these major competitions will be happening at the afternoon schedule, expected to start around 3 p.m. today. So a lot to look forward to in regards to the competitions, in regards to how Ghana will participate. And I've noticed a few things that they are trying to do to make sure that things are done right. Yesterday, there were complaints about the clock not really showing the times of athletes. I've seen that they've stationed a different looking clock here. Hopefully that works and then we get accurate times for our athletes for later today.
Awesome. Bill, stay put and I will be coming to you in the next 1 hour when we bring you the Sports Daily. And you'll be giving us more updates as to what is happening because we believe between now and then we'll have some updates there. So Bill at the University of Ghana Stadium says that they are fixing the issues with the clock.
So that's, I had wanted to ask him, but since you're here, you might as well tell me. So what happens to the races from yesterday? Is it now? Or?
Well, there were officials there, so they recorded the time, but that is not the best.
Yeah,
an athlete needs to know the time right when they are done racing because they have to look up the board and see the time.
And how do I know the officials are probably not?
That is where is where the issue is.
So should they not cancel the race
not
from
at all.
yesterday?
It should go on. I mean, it was just the qualifying, the heats, so we can let it slide.
But whose job was it to make sure the clock?
Well, it's the organizers, the Ghana Athletics Association. They were supposed to ensure all these were in place. Even the start gun, functioned several times.
You're joking.
Of course, and they needed to replace it, and all these things need to be put in place to ensure that in the subsequent days we can have a smooth tournament, because it doesn't look good for us as Ghanaians, especially when you have rivals like Nigeria participating in the competition.
But it wasn't too long when we hosted the athletics competition.
Yes, that is the All-African Games.
Exactly. So
and that was
had
smooth.
Time.
We didn't have a lot of glitches in there. But, well, let's hope that they put things right today.
I hear the ACs are working at the University of Ghana.
Perfectly working.
But there are no remotes, I'm hearing.
Well, we'll get there.
Oh, Mother Ghana. It is well.
It is well.
It is well. People have to do their job. We can't always rely on it as well.
No, it is well.
And have people not do their jobs. But let's get into the World Cup broadcast rights.
The World Cup broadcast rights.
Explain. Is it just the Ghana games or is it the entire
So the
tournament?
government has been able to secure the rights for the World Cup. Now, what they do is that the national broadcaster, usually that is the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, will have the right, form a consortium, and other TV stations can also go and buy the rights.
Yeah.
So, but the most important thing is the government securing the rights, because it's really expensive. If you
That's what I'm asking you. Are we sure? Because the last time we secured rights for only the Ghanaian
No, this time
games.
it's for all the games. But it's up to the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation to sell the games to, the individual stations. So they say that we are giving you limited games. We are not giving you all the games. Because if you want all the 104 games, maybe you have to pay over.
But at least we are sure that we can watch the World Cup.
We can watch the World Cup in Ghana. But
yes.
as it stands, we don't know which TV stations would go and be part of the consortium. But one thing I can say is that definitely Media General will be sniffing around.
Of course.
We are big when it comes to the World Cup. We are big when it comes to the World Cup.
But they should give to us for free.
So yesterday, there's a fundraising currently happening for the Black Stars.
Yes.
So the Minister for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Adams, announced that Ghana would actually have a few of the World Cup.
Through the support of government and the fundraising efforts that we are putting together, we have been able to secure a broadcast rights that allow consortium of media houses, not just one as it used to be in the past, but a number of them to telecast the World Cup matches live.
Shouts to Mr. Kofi Adams, and we're grateful that at least they've been able to secure the rights. We hope that at the right time it will be distributed fairly and equitably so that,
we all can watch.
We all can watch it because we need to. I'm just worried about the timing because I know that lots of the games will probably be at the time when we are going to bed or at dawn or we're just waking up.
11 p.m. against Panama.
That day, they have to declare holiday for the next morning so that all of us can stay home and watch.
You still have to turn up at work.
Good morning, Auntie B. Maybe we can do internal holiday. But let's talk about the Democracy Youth Cup.
It's ongoing. One that Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagman, is organizing. We know that there's already the Democracy Cup, which is usually played between Hearts, Kotoko. It's among the senior teams. But he thought it wise to introduce a youth version because he says grassroots football is very important. Give these kids an opportunity. And it's happening at the Magdan Park. The good thing for these cases is that there's a former Sunderland player who is a scout in the name of Bennett there. And he'll be selecting 10 boys who would have the opportunity of having trials with teams outside the country, especially in Europe. So these boys are not playing in vain. There's a big opportunity for them. But we have a number of Ghanaian ex-footballers who are there to also help with the scouts. And Yao Champon is one of them. And he's been speaking about this tournament and how important is it for the Ghanaian kid.
Our role is to scout the best players in everything. You see, Ghana, we have a lot of talent. So doing this, we have seen a lot of things.
All right. Well, so let's give you some updates on the World Cup. It's in how many days?
29 days.
That's close.
Yes. So this is our World Cup minute.
They don't score the goals, but they control the game. For the 2026 FIFA World Cup,
FIFA has selected 52 referees, 82 assistant referees, and 30 video match officials, the largest officiating team in tournament history. Chosen after a 3-year evaluation process, these officials were assessed across FIFA tournaments domestically in the world, prepared physically and mentally for football's biggest stage. The journey begins in Miami, where officials will gather for a 10-day seminar before VAR team moves to Dallas, home of the International Broadcast Center. New innovations will be introduced, including AI-enhanced referee body cameras, improved VAR protocols, and stricter measures to reduce time wasting and increase match tempo. In 2026, every call will matter, and the world's best officials will be ready.
All right, so that's it for sports, and we do hope that the bouncing will stop at the embassy.
At the embassy.
More people can get visas.
People are being bounced.
On condition that when you go, you come back. Because I'm sure when they look at you, they are thinking, you might not come back, that's why.
No, of course.
But yeah, have you secured your visa and everything?
Not yet, but Media General will be there fully. We'll have about 4 people.
All right.
On all grounds. So the walk up there, it's ours.
Is there space? I can do sports.
Oh, you can.
I know all the footballers. You can ask me questions.
Of course, just contact with TAJ.
Oh, okay. Oh, then that's not problem.
You have a seat
Hello,
there.
Michael. Good morning to you. A very special morning. I'll send you breakfast this morning so we can have a conversation about the World Cup. I'll be a very good resource person for you. But on that note, Musala, thank you so much for joining us on the show. And yesterday we're focusing on mental health, schizophrenia. And so what do you know about it and what can be done to either treat it, prevent it, or basically just handle the situation? And Cookie will be having that conversation right here on TV3 Newday. Don't go anywhere. Good morning to Audrey Michael, by the way. I love my dress. Thank you very much.
We here care about you and your health. I'll say this every time we have health discussions here. And today we are throwing light on a health condition which maybe you've never even heard about. A little very confusing, but has a heavy name as well. And it's called schizophrenia. Yes, a little heavy. I don't even know if that's a Chi word or there's a Tree translation for it, but I'm going to be asking our resource persons this morning if there's a Tree name for it. But you may want to pay attention because sometimes a lot of people take it for laziness, for weakness, for spiritual attacks and all of that. There's a lot of confusion about schizophrenia, but of course, we've got the best persons here this morning to break it down for us. And in studio is Seth Mausi Asafo, lecturer and clinical psychologist, Department of Psychiatry, University of Ghana Medical School, as well as Gloria Sarkodie Ado, community mental health rehabilitation specialist, who will be joining us on Zoom. Gloria, if you can hear us, good morning. If not, I'm sure we are prepping to have you online with us. But yes, Seth, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, great. You are here with us. Good morning. How are you doing, Gloria?
Thank you yourself.
I am well, by the grace of God. It's great to have you. I'll be coming to you shortly. Be patient. Please make sure I don't lose you on the line. Don't fail me. Stay on the line. And let me just welcome Seth into studio, and afterwards I'll come to you if that's all right.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Seth,
yes.
Schizophrenia, does it have a local name?
Well, I mean, in some research we've done in the past, people used to call it bodaminitie.
Bodaminitie.
Is the local parlance that I've had people refer to, but I don't know
if
about it is what
let me come to Gloria. Gloria, are you Ashanti?
No, I'm from the Eastern region.
Okay, but with the communities and the people that you've worked with in the past, what local name is given to schizophrenia?
I think it's the same name my senior government.
Bodaminitie. Why would we call it bodaminitie?
Well, I suppose that for many regards, it's people noticing there's a problem.
Okay.
But also, it's not clear-cut because, for example, some of the symptoms of schizophrenia are not entirely visible. So people are experiencing certain things that makes them maybe withdraw. And they're saying, no, there's something wrong with this person. But they are sensible enough to, I want food to eat, so I'll go and find food. Like, if you look at a few people, I've noticed this in the popular food joints.
Okay.
There's always somebody who seems like they're not well.
Exactly, and
but
they're standing there with a bowl.
And they'll get
they're
their
insisting to collect food.
Absolutely.
If you don't give them, they will not move.
They will not move. And so they might disrupt the sales, but that's part of, I'll do what has to be done to get what I want to eat.
And
so perhaps.
And he or she is able to tell you, Mami Wache, Mami Amo, specifically tell you.
Absolutely.
But you can tell that up here, they are not okay.
And that's why we keep saying that they are not lost.
Okay.
And so there are things that we can do, and these conditions are manageable to a place where they can function. And that's where, for me, the message I keep selling is, there's a lot we can do for people like this.
Right. So, Seth, explain to us then clinically, what is schizophrenia?
Okay. So, when it comes to mental health conditions, we look at conditions affecting different modalities. Thinking is one, mood is one. So, for example, what is very common like depression, bipolar, typically affects the mood. Now, anxiety also has to do with emotion. So, it affects whether someone fears to the point where they are shy of things, etc. Now, in schizophrenia, we look at them in a component of things we call psychotic disorders. So the way they interact with reality, or their reality is altered in a significant way. So schizophrenia is a brain disorder that's chronic and alters people's state of reality. Now, the components of reality we're looking at is how they sense the world. And so through our senses, we make sense of the world. I know it sounds tautological, but yes. So, for example, a person with schizophrenia in sensing may start to have hallucinations. Now, hallucinations are sensations they have that may not be real or that other people around them cannot see. And very common in schizophrenia is auditory hallucinations, where you're hearing people talk to you or you're hearing voices run commentaries in your head, but nobody else can hear the voices that you hear. And that is an auditory hallucination. So about 80% of people who have schizophrenia experience auditory hallucinations. Now, there are also visual hallucinations where people are seeing things that other people cannot see. There are tactile hallucinations where they are feeling things. So someone may be saying, I feel things crawling all over my body. Now, some of these symptoms can be misinterpreted for spiritual attack. So among the common populace is, if they're experiencing this and we cannot see, then it means it might be an attack of sorts. Today, I want to say it's not that I don't believe in the spiritual components, but biologically or medically, there are also other aspects that is important for us to know. There's also hallucinations that deal with our nose, or we call olfactory hallucinations. So they are smelling things that do not occur, that do not exist. For example, I had a client who had this hallucination that they smelled pungently, really bad. And so as a result, they started isolating themselves from people. And regardless of everything that you'd say that, no, said, no, I can feel the thing. I can smell it, and you can't do that. And I keep saying, just imagine that every day as you walked around, there was a voice that was like a guardian angel telling you, you're not walking right. You don't look good. The way you're saying it is wrong. Just imagine that's the kind of turmoil that people who have schizophrenia and have auditory hallucinations experience.
I was reading about it before I sat here to speak to you. Yeah. And sometimes, debunk it or correct it.
Absolutely.
I'm told that people who suffer from it actually think that there are people following them or they are being monitored.
Absolutely.
And sometimes they also behave as though they have special powers. They can make things happen.
Amazing. So I talked about the sensing one,
right,
and that's the hallucinations. Now we come to the other side, which is delusions. And these are usually premised on the thinking or belief systems that people have. So delusions are strongly held beliefs that, regardless of evidence, does not change. So I may have a belief or a delusion that the world is after me. Now, interestingly, in many mental health conditions, especially the psychotic disorders where schizophrenia falls, people who have it they lose insight. So they are not aware of what is happening. So half the time, if you're trying to help them and you are saying, what you're saying is not true, and they're going through a delusion, you look like you even have a problem. Or you might even seem like the one who is plotting against them. Now, delusions have different categories. So the one you mentioned is one, we say it's paranoid. The person feels that their safety is compromised, that their family members want to harm them. Even the medical professionals working with them are giving them medications that are poison or treatments that are poison. And that's why a lot of the times they're also not compliant on their medication. That gives them a sense of reality back. Now, there are some interesting ones. And sometimes, when I'm watching television and I'm looking at some of these spiritual leaders, I ask myself, it's very easy to make a diagnosis where we call it the delusion of grandeur, which is a belief of being special, having, significant power. So when people start saying they're able to transform and they're able to do certain things that humanly aren't possible, maybe some of us in the mental health fraternity may look at them and say, very classic of a delusion. Now, somebody may also have a delusion that they're a very prominent person in this world.
Right.
They have millions of dollars, blah, 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 blah. And these, especially when there's no evidence for, we would consider as a delusion. So there's the hallucinations and delusions, we are key factors in schizophrenia.
Gloria, I'm going to come to you, but this is a little confusing for me. You know why? So there's schizophrenia. There's such a thing as bipolar disorder.
Absolutely.
And then we've got substance-induced psychosis.
Absolutely.
I've been told about that as well.
Yes.
How do you distinguish between these three? And how do we know that this one is schizophrenia?
Okay, so schizophrenia has like all mental health disorders have specific diagnostic criteria. Now, in as much as the symptoms may overlap, without those criteria being met, you cannot say the person has schizophrenia.
Okay.
But like I mentioned, schizophrenia falls under the realms of what we call psychotic disorders. And for many psychotic disorders, it is reality that seems to be a mismatch that's created. Now, if you take bipolar specifically looks at moods. Extreme oscillations in mood between extreme highs, which is what we call mania, or being extremely euphoric, and then the lows of depression. Mind you, severe bipolar disorder can come with a psychotic component. So because, and stay with me, the psychosis is that we're looking for hallucinations, we're looking for delusions, at least, for a psychosis. So somebody can have a depression with psychosis. Somebody can have a bipolar with psychosis. Now, in terms of substance-induced psychosis, what happens is that many substances tend to increase dopamine within the brain, and dopamine makes you euphoric. It's the pleasure chemical as well as the motivation chemical, and also helps with movement. When it is excessive, it starts to cause the hallucinations and delusions. So we would have said that the person has a substance-induced psychosis because they've used substances. The dopamine levels have increased to a point where it's starting to cause them to see things, feel things, or believe things that do not exist.
Can one have two of the three at the same time?
Absolutely. I mean, there are a lot of comorbidities, so it's not unusual, like I said.
So you can have schizophrenia and then psychosis.
Psychosis technically is schizophrenia for, like, a key distinguishing factor in schizophrenia is that the person experiences psychosis. So you can look at it more as a facet of it. It's not, a psychosis is a general term for losing touch with reality.
Okay. Gloria, I'm going to come to you now and ask you a few questions. In your experience working with people like this in our communities, in Tree, we've established this morning, say your friend Bodamenitie, what are the early signs? And even in our communities, are they reported on time? And I say, sorry, we have to pray to take the person to a man of God, or I just want to understand what happens in our communities.
Okay, so thank you so much, and good morning to all your listeners and viewers. So like Dr. mentioned earlier on, hallucinations and delusions are the major signs. We can categorize them under positive, negative, and then cognitive signs and symptoms.
Take that again. Positive, negative, and cognitive.
Yes, please.
Oh, wow.
When we say positive signs and symptoms, we mean that certain things have been added to your normal or usual life. So as you can hear me this morning, it is normal to hear somebody talk. But somebody dealing with schizophrenia may not be there with anybody, but will hear somebody talking to him or her very loud and will respond. And that is when sometimes when you see our people roaming or at home, you see them making gestures, talking as if somebody is seriously talking to them. There's a positive sign. Something has been added to them. And all those things are false sensory perceptions. So they get the information from their five senses. It could be them seeing something strange. You'll be there and somebody tells you, hey, I can see an angel coming. I can see a demon. I can see somebody wearing this. It is visual hallucination. We have the auditory. That is where they hear strange things. And then we have tactile. So with the tactile hallucination, the person tells you that, I feel like a snake, a worm, or an insect is moving beneath my skin. You have cases where you see an individual carrying sharp just because he feels that there are objects moving beneath the skin. So as and when that feeling comes, he uses the sharp to break the skin to see if that worm or insect he feels may come out. We even have the taste. They will tell you, I have this unusual taste in my mouth. And others will tell you, I'm smelling something badly. I can smell death, I can smell strange things. All those are false sensory perceptions, which are positive. They've been added to you. Meanwhile, it wasn't part of you.
Right.
And then delusion, Doctor mentioned earlier on. So those are fixed and false perception, belief of an individual. And you cannot even change it, irrespective of the person's educational background, socioeconomic background, religious background. The person tells you that I am the president of Ghana, and they behave as such. They speak like that, they speak with that authority. That is why delusion of grandiosity, what Doctor explained earlier on. Some even have that delusion of guilt where they think they are not worthy They cannot come to people. They can't be counted among the living because they feel unworthy. This is a false belief individuals carry. And then another positive sign is strange behavior. So you see me misbehaving, talking, throwing my hands in the air, carrying rubbish and things. This is not normal. And then we have the disorganized speech as positive. So as we are talking right now, all of a sudden, I switched to, hey, the fufu seller said, the money I received from that man, you see, I collected snails. There is so much disorganization in that person's speech. And that tells you that it's a sign.
Okay.
When we come to the negative sign means that something has been taken out of your usual self. So, for example, we all believe in motivation. At least you are motivated when somebody tells you that you are doing so well with the work you are doing. It puts smiles on yourself. It energizes you to do more. But people dealing with schizophrenia lack that kind of motivation. There is poor hygiene. So that's how come you may be home with somebody or you work in the same office with somebody, and all of a sudden they start neglecting their personal hygiene. They come to the office in tattered clothing, hair unkempt, looking so dirty.
Okay.
It is a negative sign that the person may be dealing with some form of schizophrenia. And then we have people withdrawal. So they withdraw from what you and I know. This may be a bubbling, happy person who is greeting people, laughing out there, sharing jokes with people. All of a sudden, they don't even want to come to you again. And you see those people in church, they are so loud, they dance. But the moment they get into those states, they sit at the back, immediately they close away, they go to their home. And we have emotional flatness too, as part of the negative symptoms. When we come to the cognitive, this is where we have poor memory. So they tend to forget easily. They have difficulty concentrating. Whilst they are in class or at work or engaging in meaningful activity, they can't even concentrate. And they have poor decision making. In that case, they are supposed to make a decision that you and I can see that this is very clear. You have to decide this way, but they will go the other way.
Right.
Surprisingly, when we see people behave like this in our community, our first point of call is the church. It is the church because we've been made to understand that mental illness is either caused by evil spirits, either through a punishment from God, either a curse, or you have done something, a family has done something.
Gloria, so give me the data. I'm sorry, give me the data. If we take 10 persons who are suffering from schizophrenia, what's the percentage that will go to church first before coming to the clinic?
I am not too sure of the figure, but I can tell you from practice that you have about 8 people going to the church.
Out of the 10?
Out of the 10, yes. Even whether they are educated or not. Because the moment they see those strange behaviors, they tend to see that, no, this is demon possessed. This behavior is more of demonic. So let's go to the church for the pastor to pray. In as much as you cannot take spirituality out of the African, as medical personnel, we always plead that when you see the signs and symptoms, yes, do your prayers, but it has manifested physically. So you have to collaborate, or there should be that coordination between spirituality and then physical health. What currently we do in my district is that we are collaborating with so many of the pastors, and the mental health authority is equally doing. They are encouraging pastors to report to hospitals or even community health nurses and psychiatric nurses. Because home visit and community visit is part of the activities, that collaboration is there. So most pastors now don't feel threatened, but they see it as a compliment to the kind of treatment they are giving to their church members.
Right, right. Gloria, I'm going to come back to you. Seth, so tell me, is there any particular age that one can experience or go through signs and symptoms of schizophrenia?
Well, most of the time, the symptoms start quite early. We call those prodromal. So they start early, but official diagnosis usually for many people is in the late teens to about 25 years. So for even if you look at what the diagnostic criteria is, that they would have suffered a major episode by age 20. Okay. So we notice like the diagnosis of schizophrenia is more noticeable during that phase.
Okay.
So late teens to about 25 years is the age range that we look at it. But there are people who we see who shows signs of schizophrenia way in 11, 10 years. But those are prodromal. But to actually make a diagnosis, we're always looking at when they are more mature, as it were.
If I have someone around me who has all these signs and symptoms, for how long must I observe before I decide to take the person to the hospital?
I would say if you see it, it means it is there.
If I see it's even one day?
It means it is there. And I'll tell you why. So most people, when they're experiencing these things, also understand that it's out of the norm. So they try as much as possible to mask it or hide it.
You know why I'm laughing?
Why?
In our Ghanaian community, how do I walk to Kofi and say, Kofi, I said, man, say, why you doing Yanko hospital? I would even look like me, my bodam.
Yes.
But from what you're saying, you must take it seriously.
You've said exactly what I would encourage anybody to say. You see, if you were to go and tell somebody, let's go to the hospital, without any backing, you sound like you're... But if you say, I've seen that you're more quiet than usual. I see that you're speaking to yourself sometimes. You're giving them the basis for why you think they need help. Not that it's just out of... Now, the interesting thing, however, is that most of such people don't have the insight. So what you're describing, they are not aware of it. The reality which is being altered seems like that is a reality. There are few authors who say that we consider them abnormal, but they also consider us abnormal. So when you're in clothes, you also look abnormal to them. The same way we see them as you're not wearing clothes and that's unusual, because what reality for them is has been altered.
So with such a person, where do I go? Can I go to the normal regional hospitals or the Kolebus, the Nyahos? Can I do that?
Thankfully, what has been done, which is a great initiative by all the health systems, is to integrate psychiatric care into primary health care. So even in places where you won't get a specialist, you'll get at least a community mental health nurse or community mental health officer who would basically help with the initial facing of the disorder and then refer to maybe a specialist if they are not able to deal with it. Now, there have been attempts by even the WHO to sort of breach the treatment gap. And so you were asking about stats. Now, in every 100 people who would suffer a mental health condition, not just schizophrenia, it's only 2 people that actually get treatment. And if you look at the number of mental health professionals, 2 patients in Ghana, for psychiatrists, you're looking at 1 is to about 1 million. Wow. For psychologists, you're looking at 1 is to about 600,000.
Wow.
Now, as a result of that, many people, so beyond the spiritual component is, we want help. Which help is readily available? The church, the shrine. So we'll go there, and if unfortunately for us, we don't meet somebody who is knowledgeable enough, they'll modify the situation in a way that makes it even more detrimental. Now, for the past 15 years of my life, I've worked with spiritual healers. It's part of the job we do where we take conventional mental health interventions to faith healing camps, and currently we've even deployed an app to help with that process. And one of the healers who's giving me the best response to how do you know if this is spiritual or if this is physical is that he says, you test the spirit. And I asked, but how? He says, if it is spiritual and you say, in the name of Jesus, I command you to, and you don't see anything, it's physical. And it makes so much sense to me. So for him, you come to him, he tests the spirit is not there. The next thing he does is he consults, or he calls one of the community outreach teams to come and sort it out, which is amazing.
That's a true man of God.
Absolutely.
What do you say to the scenes where you see some of these brothers and sisters being tied up because they become very feisty and all of that, and maybe sometimes even when you're trying to aid them to take them to the hospital, they are fighting with you, and so they end up being tied? What do you say to that?
It's a very painful place to be, and we're doing current research even into that phenomenon. Now, I mentioned earlier, think about somebody who has a paranoid delusion that the world is against them, even their family members, okay? And then they have no insight, so they have no idea what's going on or the way in which they are behaving. It's very difficult to get them to get care. Now, from the people's perspective, we are trying to be helpful. And when especially I speak for the faith healers, theirs is we're not bounding them, and I'm not in any way justifying. I'm just giving the concepts of how we've come to understand and the interventions we've put in place. They are saying that if I allow this person, they'll become a harm to themselves and to other people. So I want to restrain them. So the only form of restraint they know is physical restraint. So they bound them. Now, we've introduced chemical restraints to say that instead of that which is dehumanizing, if you contact the community mental health team and then they come in and they sedate, it might make the person feel a little more dignified. So it's still, you know, something that we're helping out with, saying that there are other methods. Now, in our research, we also found out that a lot of the times the interventions they give is because they have no other interventions from their scope of reference. So if we can empower them, so we are doing more of what you call a collaborative approach. Instead of going there and say, we are the conventional, we are the licensed, we go and say, what are your methods? And we say, well, in the clinic, we would have done A, B, C, D. For example, dealing with someone who's extremely aggressive, you might be surprised that a simple technique to reduce their aggression is just to give them space.
Gloria, let me ask my last question before I let you go. You know, Ghana goes through some weird stigmatization. And when you have a family member who probably is showing signs and symptoms, the most commonest thing we will do is to hide the person. Hey, man, can't you be that this is going on? What would you say to families like that? And what's the adverse effect of hiding our brothers and sisters or family members who are going through this and then we report so late?
Right. So thank you so much once again. So our family, we know, yes, we all hail our family. We are super proud of our family. But mental illness is also so deadly and can destroy the entire family. Because even though it can affect one person, everybody will have to be involved in taking care. So instances where you think a loved one, a significant person, is dealing with mental illness, let's not hide because of stigma. Now, day in and day out, awareness creation is becoming a key. Professionals and a lot of people are trying to change the narrative of mental illness. So you shouldn't hide your loved ones when they are dealing with mental health conditions. Again, when you see them going through those, any of the signs and symptoms mentioned earlier on, the best thing to do is to go to a hospital. A hospital, not necessarily our traditional mental health hospitals, the Pantai, the Ankafo, or Accra Psychiatric Hospital. But like Dr. rightly said, it's been integrated into primary health care. So when you go to any district hospital, even checks compound, you can be assessed. Then at least something can be done. Earlier intervention can be given. And if it's a bad thing, they will refer to a bigger facility for further money. So I'll use this opportunity to plead with every family member. Mental illness, schizophrenia specifically, is just like malaria. It's just like typhoid. It's just like diabetes or hypertension. If you can be bold enough to tell your boss, your sister, your brother, that you are dealing with hypertension, you should at the same way be bold enough to talk about schizophrenia and seek help.
Gloria, thank you very much. But Seth, in maybe 2 sentences, are people suffering from schizophrenia able to come back and integrate into normal life?
Absolutely, they are.
Okay.
So in terms of interventions, usually we'll do 2 broad interventions, the medication and then the behavioral or psychosocial support. Now, for a lot of people, they think it's just the medication. And the problem why medications may sometimes be worrisome is people come to the hospital and they are giving a specific medication. Once they complete the medication, they stop. And then their symptoms start over. They go and buy the same medications without consultation. Now, as with many psychoactive medications that work in the brain, we have different brain chemistry. So different ones may work, different ones may not work. And working with your psychiatrist allows to find the best one for you. Now, lots of people talk about side effects. And these side effects are also things that can be managed and are managed with if you're in constant communication with your doctor. Now, on the psychological component, or let's say the behavioral, where family support, social support, peer support comes in, we know that many mental health conditions are triggered by excessive stress.
Right.
So just knowing that I'm going through a lot and I can't do much is most likely to tip somebody off into a state. For example, for people who have a bipolar, if you deprive them of sleep for 3 days, you kick them directly into the manic phase. So we have different techniques of helping them deal with it. Now, there are also lifestyle related things that happen. So like basic things that we help them with, giving information about the condition, doing behavior activation. So I feel like today I can't do anything. And then we have these techniques that say, okay, that's fine. You don't have to pressure yourself, but at least get up, go to the kitchen and make a cup of tea for yourself. You are gradually moving them along from where they usually would be, where it's self-defeating and self-debilitating. So people can actually recover if they seek help. And early interventions give the best outcomes
as
also.
As always. Thank you, Seth Mausi. If you're looking for him, Seth Mausi Asafo is at the Department of Psychiatry, University of Ghana Medical School. If you have any family member going through it and you want to see him personally, you can find him there. And we also spoke to Gloria Sarkodie Ado, Community Mental Health and Rehabilitation Specialist. Thank you so very much for joining us this morning. It's been very insightful and educative. We are grateful for your time. Let's get into birthdays at the moment. If you are celebrating your birthday today, you are blessed and highly favored. My own daughter, my own girl, Adepa, it's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. We get to celebrate big time later, but happy birthday. Let's roll it. Mrs. Lydia Agbotui, wishing you a joyful celebration. It's from, I didn't get that. Okay. Janine, let's go on. Janine, Heyman, Abba, it's your birthday as well. Have a great one. Let's continue with Jila Agbobli of Nadmo. Happy birthday to you, sir. Agbefu, Bertha, FA, now happy birthday. Also, Ella Bannerman Wood, midwifery officer from your brothers. Happy birthday, ma'am. Okay, Linda Frimpong, you are the best woman mother in the world. Is from Jonathan, Michaela, and Anaya. Okay, all right. Henry of Fourier J, may God fulfill all your wishes. Bella, you would want to continue the rest for us?
Yes, happy birthday to PO1.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember what it is, but Yvette Oparibia Ado, a military nurse at Western Naval Command Medical Center, from friends, family, and loved ones. Also, happy birthday to Josephine of VRA Hospital. I wish you more blessings and good health. That's from Leslie. Also to Roy, this is from Ofe, says God bless you immensely. And happy birthday to Frida Adepa Dede Costa, wishing you God's guidance and pieces from your parents. She's so cute. Also to the beautiful Madame Beatrice Kemeche, we wish you good health and peace, from Mark and Belinda. To Mabel Note, PNO of Kolebu Teaching Hospital, God bless your new age. And Linda Frimpong, you're the best woman and mother in the world, from Jonathan, Michaela, and Anaya. To Kofi Asamoah Joseph, keep growing and shining in grace, from Bernard. To Makafui Godwin Yakodo, may the Lord continue to raise you higher and higher. Is this from Mr. Kodo? I guess so. Oh, is that his son or brother? Oh, son. Oh, happy birthday. Special happy birthday to you from the entire team. Also, I believe that's about it. Oh, Stephanie Mauto Dokwe, God bless your new age. This is from your family. To Dennis Edem Asafo, wishing you a joyful celebration. God bless you, from your friends. To PNO Mabel Norte, I think I wished her already, but happy birthday again, ma'am. And to Mrs. Peace Osafo of Mataheko Macedonia Presby Church, God bless your new age, from Joe MG. Eugene Apia Dankwa, this is from your amazing friends and family to you. Mrs. Charlotte Alupi Osetu, to age gracefully, from your family. Love this color on you, by the way. And to the cute Alan Kenneth, 9 pence, wishing you a joyous celebration from your family. To Antoinette Labi, may your day be filled with nothing but happy memories, from Shadrach Abbott. Shadrach, is that you? Isaac Aheto, God bless you, from Auntie Fanny. And Inspector Gladys Abam of Labadi Police Station, wishing you long life with God's blessings, from your family. Precious Sally, your smile lights up every room, age gracefully. This is Auntie Mina. And Mrs. Eunice Nyanka, God bless your new age, from your family. and friends. And finally, Frederick Yeboah, God bless your new age as well. Happy birthday to all of you. If unfortunately we could not mention your name, like this beautiful lady, Simia Willie. I know. Eesh. We love you so dearly. Listen, even us here, we love you too.
I know,
you're too
right?
Beautiful. Happy
so
birthday.
Gorgeous.
And Michael, I said, Michael, you're also very handsome. We love you too.
You had to say
I don't want
that,
trouble.
right?
And Pastor Alfred Mason, happy birthday. That's it for birthday celebrations. Hey, there's more. Agbamazi, Exodus Daniel of Ghana Water, God bless you. From Olu Doji. So happy birthday. And on that note, we're just about wrapping up. But Cookie, you have
They are very
a
wicked.
birthday
Yes, they are
message.
very wicked. They are supposed to do one last one for me. It's for Adepa, but it's okay. Adepa, my daughter, happy birthday. We'll get to celebrate. I won't tell her anything.
Shadrach, after telling someone you love her on TV. Was that you, Shadrach?
Adepa.
It was, right?
It was, yeah.
Shadrach. Oh, wow. Okay,
it's
we're
all
sorry.
good. Happy birthday. The machine refused to project your picture, but it's all good. Happy birthday to you. Thanks for doing this with us again this morning. We are back 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Enjoy the rest of our program.